Our protagonist's name is Lu Tat. Since childhood, he has had yin and yang eyes, so he often sees unclean things that ordinary people cannot see. Until one day he accidentally received a mysterious box, with the words, "Please do not open the seal" written on it. As Lu Tat opened it, a series of strange events began continuously. Come watch the story with me. The sound of panting rang out. It was so unlucky. As soon as I walked out the door I encountered heavy rain. I had already gone through several slums. But we had to go deep into these slums to find the address that the monk Huin at the university introduced to us. This is it, the address I was looking for, TN True Fast Transmission, it must be here. The name of this place and the billboard gave people a very grand feeling. The male lead Lu Tat poked his head in and asked, "Is there anyone? I came to apply. Why is the room so dark during the day?" Because of some special reasons, Lu Tat extremely dislikes being in the dark. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tat suddenly saw a glimpse in the darkness of the night. It seemed like something blue was slowly converging to form the shape of a face. Isn't that right? Just when I applied, I encountered something dirty? Lu Tat sat down on the ground and covered his face, but it turned out that what had just happened was just his imagination. It was just an automatic vacuum cleaner stuck to the mop. Lu Tat sighed. Just being in the dark made his body start to panic. It seemed like his problem was getting more and more serious. Suddenly a face appeared next to him, scaring Lu Tat, who had just regained his composure and then flew away again. The person who appeared was a chubby uncle. He stuck his head out and asked Lu Tat, "Are you here to apply?" "Tu Lu, you are right to come to our company to work part-time. Our company has many professions. Wide range, delivery within the city at night, help buying items, picking up goods at night, can deliver and collect, full door-to-door service. Even though the company is still small. But if you do a good job, in the future the company will get bigger and you will get many good positions. Oh, I forgot, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the uncle of TN True Express Delivery. You can just call me Mr. Vong." Lu Tat sat next to him and thought to himself, is he the kind of uncle who likes to draw a huge profit cake? It's just a part-time job and he sits and talks for an hour. Old Vong asked, "Tu Lu, why do you have to work part-time? Can you tell me the reason?" Lu Tat replied, "I want to work part-time to earn some extra money and reduce the cost burden on my family." "Is that so? Then you have to try your best to get there? Congratulations, you have received a food delivery order, please receive it quickly." Lu Tat was quite surprised that this type of company also has an application. Moreover, as soon as I left the company, someone already placed an order, so that's something. Later, Lu Tat was scolded by an aunt, "Why is it so late? My husband has been waiting forever for this chicken to nourish his kidneys." Lu Tat cursed back sourly, "Sorry, but this chicken is too difficult to catch. Your order of fresh chicken has already been delivered, please rate it 5 stars. After that, Lu Tat's orders continued to arrive, leaving him unable to rest. This application also has the ability to automatically receive orders. At 6:00 p.m., Lu Tat sat panting in his chair. Work was finally over. Today I received a total of 5 orders, earning more than 100 yuan. I worked hard all day to get this much. At this moment, the application sent another notification to Lu Tat, "You have a new order, delivery within the city at night, special parcel, reward of 1,000 yuan. Looking at the words 1,000 yuan remuneration, Lu Tat couldn't believe it. Why did this order have such a big remuneration? Suddenly, from behind Lu Tat, an arm appeared, accompanied by a voice. "This is a new order for the night, do you want to receive it or not? This order makes money very quickly. We really need young people like you to join." It turned out to be Mr. Vong, scaring a fan Lu Tat to death. "You worked hard all day to earn more than 100 yuan. How long did you have to work hard to earn 1,000 yuan? I don't want to eavesdrop on your conversation, but I'm just worried about you. You can try delivering at night, not only will you receive more money than during the day, you can also see some special things." Lu Tat asked the boss, "Can you see some special things at night?" Could it be that the boss's words were referring to, yes, the street lights at 4 a.m.? It is a light that scares people who have strived since the city was still asleep. Lutat thought, even if it was a night delivery within the city, it couldn't be that much money. There must be something strange, but this is not the main point. The main point is that since I was a child, I have had a fear of the dark. In the dark, you often see different types of hallucinations, or you can see some things that are not hallucinations. Lutat still doesn't know whether to accept this order of 1,000 yuan or not. It certainly won't be a normal order. Suddenly, a text message arrived on his phone. The sender is my mother. An Tuong introduced me to a new job. In the evening, go home and eat by yourself, your sister's district doesn't need to worry. I will think of a way, just worry about studying. This message made Lutat ponder for a long time. Memories of a week ago suddenly appeared. That was while still at the hospital, the doctor told Lutat's mother. This month, the hospital bill has not been paid yet. The patient's situation requires a nurse to take care of him. The hospital is not a charity organization. If you don't hurry up, the patient will be kicked out. Lutat's mother could only beg the doctor to give her a few more days. This conversation between mother and doctor was heard by Lutat in a hidden corner not far away. Staring at the order of 1,000 yuan in his hand, Lutat could probably already decide whether to accept this order or not. Time passed until 12 o'clock at night at Tien True Express. Oh, I didn't expect little Lu to accept this order. Lutat replied, boss, I think I understand, after all, making money is still important. Then let's confirm together what's inside this parcel first. Lutat was also quite curious about what the hell the package delivered at midnight would be. A little devil raised by rich people? Or does the dummy leave the turtle intact? Or is this a jar for thousands of years of offerings to ghosts? But when Boss Von opened that box, inside was an item that was not as scary as Lutat's imagination. It's just a long dragon thread, an item specifically used in feng shui, used to identify dragon veins. Old Vong said, he has already prepared a car for you. The stars told him one thing, if someone called his name, he was definitely not allowed to turn around. Lutat heard that and asked, what's wrong, boss, don't you scare me like that. The boss said, I'm not threatening you. If you turn around while driving, isn't it easy to get into an accident? If the company car breaks down, you have to go there. So Lutat took the lead and began preparing to leave to deliver Tam Long cheese parcel. It's been a long time since Lutat went out alone at night. It seemed that just as he was about to leave, a group of black crows appeared, a sign of great danger. Your order has been created, special parcel, Class A item, driver's hunch value is 10, address 502 Lane 40, Han Phuc Street. Lutat didn't really understand, what is the value of a hunch? Let's not talk too much about it, we should still quickly deliver the order. Lutat, you can do it, you can conquer fear, but before Lutat finished speaking, he saw dozens of people suddenly appearing in front of him. Hundreds of living lizards with green eyes. Right after that, these living lizards rushed forward as if they wanted to eat Lutat's life. This is beyond imagination, why are there ghosts walking on the streets now? But when those living creatures passed by Lutat, it turned out to be just ordinary people walking around, it turned out to be just a group of programmers working overtime, scaring Lutat completely. Lutat continued driving to the delivery address, black fruit flying above his head. The thing that Lutat was most worried about had already happened. Since he was a child, what Lutat saw at night was different from other people. Lutat didn't know if this was an illusion or if he could really see those things, but the things Lutat saw were really too real. Faced with these scary things that he could see, Lutat chose the simplest coping method. Whoever asked me, I pretended to be blind, he pretended not to see those horrors, he was a true blind guy. Normally, you only need to pretend for about a minute or two and those things will gradually disappear. Going a little further, Lutat saw countless black fruits appearing on his head. This was clearly a sign that he was about to encounter bad luck. Sure enough, he immediately ate a lump of bird droppings that stuck straight to his head. What could be more unlucky? Just now, a flock of black fruits flew past and pooped on my head, now they're gone, but in return, Lutat has also reached the end of the road. What happened just now? In the blink of an eye, I saw the end of the road. Could this be the legendary ghost blocking the way? Calm down, maybe this is just my illusion. This place originally had no roads, so I opened the map to take a look, but when I opened my phone to see, Lutat's face was even more surprised. This is even scarier than having a bird poop on your head, because the phone has lost signal. What could be scarier than losing signal when you're lost like this? Lutat decided on a strategy of going haphazardly, following his instincts, but he was really being blinded by the devil. Even though I turned left and right, horizontally and vertically, I still couldn't escape this place. I was used to going back and forth and still return to the same place. While Lutat was still confused, the system sent a notification, reminding him that there were 15 minutes left until the parcel delivery appointment. Please deliver on time, there will be no reward if you exceed this time. Lutat sighed, so I've been stuck in this space for too long, but wait, I've lost signal and the app can still send notifications? If so, can I also use the office contact function in the application? Sure enough, the boss's voice rang out, "What's wrong, little Lou?" Lutat replied, "I can't find the delivery address, why is that so?" The boss replied, "Is that so? Actually, that address was demolished 20 years ago." When Lutat heard that, he thought the owner was joking. If it's been dismantled, how can I deliver the goods? But right now all I can hear is the sound of squeak, squeak, squeak. As expected, there is no such simple thing, this scammer. The order is delivered to an address that does not exist, how can I deliver the goods? Or should we just go home? No, we can't give up halfway, but how can we deliver? Who would live at an address that doesn't exist? Could it be something dirty? Suddenly the Tam Long Chi, the item that Lutat needed to deliver, automatically ran outside, and at the same time its needle pointed in one direction as if trying to show Lutat the way. At first, Lutat didn't know why this thing fell out, so he bent down to pick it up. When picked up, Tam Long Chi continued to rotate in that direction. Could it be that the intention of this Tam Long thread is to crash straight into this wall? Am I stupid? Why do you believe these things? I thought this could show me the way. But when Lutat opened his eyes again, he saw the wall in front of him turn into an extremely strange door. Inside there was an endless staircase leading to some strange place. Can this thing really show the way? Could it really be giving me directions to an address that disappeared 20 years ago? Time is running out, should we follow it or not? As for the opportunity, we have to take advantage of it. Anyway, now there is no other way. Only by taking risks will we have a chance. If we don't take risks, we will have no chance at all. So after a long struggle of thoughts, Lutat decided to move forward to deliver this Tam Long Chi order. Unbeknownst to him, right behind him, with every step he took, countless red eyes were staring at him. As if he had a premonition of something bad, Lutat quickly turned back to take a look. It turned out to be countless entities identical to Lutat. They were like a bunch of living lizards rushing forward to eat Lutat alive. There was only one word in Lutat's mind right now: run, run. But that group of people ran very fast. Before Lutat was caught by it, he was dead. He pulled his pants off. Lutat angrily turned around and slapped that thing. Did you know that the pants I buy on Amazon are 50% off? Dare to take down your pants? Running a little further, Lutat reached the end of the stairs. Now there was a dead end in front of him. But it's clear that this Tam Long thread is still pointing in the direction ahead. Behind it there are still many strange creatures constantly chasing and creating pressure. If that was the case, then Lutat had no choice but to take a risk. Lutat jumped straight in the direction that Tam Long Chi was heading. When he landed, he did not expect that Lutat would appear in the middle of the road. There are countless old-fashioned billboards and signs here. Tam Long Chi no longer points the way to Lutat. Does he doubt that he has returned to the time 20 years ago? How is that possible? It's probably because I've read too many time travel novels. Didn't the boss say this place was being dismantled? But it's not like my boss lied to me. If it was really 20 years ago, I went to invite billionaire Bill Gates for a drink. Would he give me some money 20 years later? Wait, now is the time to think like that, right? What the hell am I doing in this place? The system reminds you that there are 5 minutes left until the parcel delivery deadline. Please deliver on time. There will be no reward if you exceed the deadline. The current premonition value is 20. Lu Tat sighed, there are only 5 minutes left. What is that premonition value? From 10 to 20, Lu Tat still doesn't quite understand. At this time, Lu Tat did not know that his strange journey this time would completely change his life from now on. With a confused and doubtful mood, Lu Tat went straight to the delivery address. Based on the address on the parcel, it seemed to be here. People welcome the leaders to inspect in dormitory staff of Phuc Dalai Coal or Company and Phuc Dalai Mineral Company. Isn't this a famous business in the city? What do they need Tam Long Chi for? Lu Tat mustered up the courage to step into this pitch-dark place. The space inside was even more gloomy and strange. Looking at the hallway, there was not a single light bulb, the walls were covered with strange writing. The specific address to be delivered is on the 5th floor, quickly deliver and leave this strange place. Suddenly, behind Lu Tat, a cat meowing rang out. It turned out to be a black cat. Seeing a black cat at night is extremely unlucky. Suddenly an uncle dressed in a worker's uniform came in front of Lu Tat to say hello, young people need to be gentle with animals. Only then will they appreciate humans. I am a miner who lives on this floor. Who is the boy? Turns out it's the people in these dilapidated rooms, Lu Tat told him. He came here to deliver goods. Hearing that, he seemed to understand Lu Tat's purpose, so he said so and followed me. Why did Lu Tat ask the old man why he didn't turn on the lights here and instead had to use a flashlight? He replied, because the power was out. We are an industry that uses electricity. When using high-voltage electricity, the power keeps going out. It's just that, boy, the lines on your face are gray, your face is pale, your eye circles are dark, maybe you're about to encounter something extremely scary. Lu Tat was quite surprised. How could a worker like him know these things? Could it be that he was a fake fortune teller? The uncle said again, why are you so surprised? You have kidney failure, right? Out of 10 people, there are 9 of them. I also have kidney failure, so I knew immediately when I saw it. Lu Tat thought to himself, was he thinking too much? It turned out to be just an ordinary man with kidney failure, so the uncle walked ahead. Lu Tat walked behind. Whether it was because Lu Tat himself thought too much or not, he kept feeling like there was something wrong with this place. Lu Tat asked the uncle in front of him what year it was now, but he didn't seem to hear this question and didn't respond to Lu Tat. If so, Lu Tat could try asking him another question. I saw downstairs that there were many units whose debts were being collected. There were a lot of people in debt here. He answered this question from Lu Tat. He was still young so he didn't know, but if there was a way to live, who would want to come here to dig coal? The ore often collapsed, causing death. They are all people at the bottom of society, gamblers who are in debt and lost a finger, or in order to make money for medical treatment for their family members. There are many people who never return after going to mine ore. Lu Tat asked again, did something happen at the coal ore? No, our coal ore is not like other places. The reason they disappeared was not because of an accident, but mostly because of bottomless greed. The starting point is when a worker accidentally dug a bowl. This person had very good eyesight. I felt that this thing was not simple. After examining it, I found out that it was an ancient object, and thanks to that, I earned a considerable amount of money. Lu Tat was surprised. Is it an antique? Could it be that it is a feng shui treasure, the legendary ancient tomb of the emperor? That's right, everyone said that at that time. So many people started digging for antiques. At first they were able to dig up a few things, but as time went on, there were less and less. Then a box appeared from nowhere. It was said that inside that box contained something very magical. It is said that that thing can find any object or place it desires, even if it is an object or address in the past. It is not impossible. The workers used that thing, and sure enough, they found more and more treasures, but then countless workers suddenly disappeared. One person after another followed one another. They mysteriously disappeared, leaving only their clothes. Lu Tat asked him, what was the reason why those workers disappeared? Because that thing has a side effect. If the person using it has mixed feelings, then the soul and body will be swallowed by it, forever lost in the chaos of time and space. And that magical item, which is none other than Tam Long Chi, is in your hand, boy? Hearing that, Lu Tat was quite surprised. So where are those disappeared people? If so, you just need to continue using Tam Long Chi to find a way out of the place where your soul is bound, right? The old man said again, do you want to know where they are? It is here, this is where those lost souls are imprisoned. I've been waiting for so long, I thought I wouldn't be able to go out. Lu Tat was sweating. What was he talking about? Could it be that he is also looking for Tam Long Chi? That's not true. If so, why didn't he say from the beginning that he was the one who placed Tam Long Chi? I remember, from the very beginning when I met him, I never heard his footsteps. This old man is basically not a living person. If what he just said is true, then the first time I vaguely used Tam Long Chi, it never took me to the actual delivery location. Suddenly the old man in front of Lu Bai said, quickly show me the dragon, I'm still lost, I must leave here. But before he finished speaking, he was nowhere to be found. At this time, Lu Tat was applying the tactic of hiding as the best policy. No matter if it's a bad thing or not, just run ahead and kick it. From the beginning you can see that the old man is not okay. But after running a few steps, something suddenly grabbed his ankle and he lost momentum and fell to the ground. However, when Lu Tat opened his eyes, he saw himself sinking into the water, at his feet being held by countless black things that wouldn't let go. From below countless voices screamed. Save us, give it to us, quickly give it here, these are probably souls who are longing to have Tam Long Chi so they can leave the prison. But if Lu Tat gave Tam Long Chi to them, he would be the one locked up here. Lu Tat held the Tam Long Chi tightly in his hand, concentrating his mind, quickly showing me the way to escape, so the Tam Long Chi in Lu Tat's hand once again pointed in the same direction. Lu Tat raced straight towards the direction that Tam Long Chi had shown him, and sure enough, he was actually able to leave that strange place just now. Lu Tat looked back and could no longer see the door just now, as if it had never existed. When he opened his phone, he still had 4 minutes left. From the moment he entered until now, only a minute had passed, so the strange things that had just happened were just in a fantasy, and at the same time, the premonition value had increased from 20 to 40. So where is Lu Tat standing? Is it really the place where he needs to deliver things from in a nearby room? A familiar sound rang out. Who was out there? Who are you? What are you doing here? Isn't this the old man from before? But the strange thing is that he didn't know Lu Tat at all, as if they both met for the first time. The old man still insisted that Lu Tat was a thief, secretly coming here to steal things, right? It seemed like he really didn't recognize Lu Tat. He quickly said I was a delivery person. Delivery? That's right, right? This place is full of poor ghosts, how can anyone with anything want to steal it? From the next room, another worker appeared. Lu Tat carefully hid Tam Long Chi away to avoid being discovered by these guys. But these people completely ignored Lu Tat, nor did they pay any attention to Tam Long Chi in his hand. While walking, the old man from earlier suddenly had a pain in my back and waist. It was possible that my kidneys were damaged. It's okay, out of 10 people, 9 of them have kidney failure. Besides, going to the hospital for treatment costs a lot of money. My daughter has to go to college next year. I have to earn a little more money so she can have money to go to college. The guy next to me sighed, then it's up to you, but I heard that a guy recently dug up an ancient treasure. It sold for a lot of money, let's go try some tomorrow, so that's it, Lu Tat now understands what's really going on. If the thing in my hand can really guide me back to my past place, then the sequence must have been reversed, which means the things I just experienced just now. These are the things that will happen later if I successfully deliver this Tam Long thread, then it proves that the origin of everything is because I successfully delivered the Tam Long thread. The system continues to remind, there is only more than 2 minutes left, please deliver quickly or there will be no parcel. Lu Tat ignored everything and went up to the 5th floor of this building. The delivery address was in the room in front. The system kept reminding that the countdown time was only 1 minute, quickly deliver. Lu Tat was still extremely hesitant about whether he should deliver or not. The delivery room and 1,000 yuan are right in front of me, just knock on the door, deliver the goods and receive the money. That group of people were planning to harm me just now, there's no need to hesitate. Even though he thought so, Lu Tat's arm was unable to knock on the door. In the end, when the countdown ended, Lu Tat still chose not to knock. As expected, I still can't do it. At this moment, Lu Tat's mood is extremely heavy. Because the money of 1,000 yuan had just flown in front of him, was it still possible to regret it now? However, a phone notification arrived, the delivery was successful, congratulations on being able to receive a delivery bonus, the current hunch value is 60. Why is that? Obviously, Lu Tat never delivered Tam Long Chi to the consignee. While Lu Tat was still not understanding what was going on, in the other room a man wearing glasses opened the door and asked, "Are you a delivery person? Where is my order?" "So this is the person who placed Tam Long Chi?" Lu Tat said, "I'm so embarrassed I delivered the wrong order, this is not your order." Wearing glasses, he wondered, didn't he say my order would be delivered today? If it was a mistake, then just leave. Lu Tat didn't expect that he would let him leave so easily. If he took 5 more steps, he would run as fast as he could. But before Lu Tat could reach the 5th step, something hit his head hard and he lost consciousness. Moments later, when Lu Tat woke up, he saw that his hands were tied, the guy wearing glasses was in front of Lu Tat, and he seemed to have been taken to the mine. Lu Tat, whose head was still bleeding, asked, "What did you bring me here for?" Wearing glasses, Tam Long Chi pointed out and said, "Near this mountain there are many ancient tombs, inside are all good things. You use this to find antiques for me. You better not have any intention of running away. There are a lot of explosives here. If you touch them, you'll be blown away. After I find the item, I will let you go. From your expression before, you probably know how to use this thing, right?" Lu Tat was so angry, "Your bastard, using the name of the Ore Island, was stealing graves. I am a person with principles, I will not listen to you." Wearing glasses with a cunning smile, "As long as I have this and give it to those poor devils, they will be willing to listen to my orders. You seem to be quite tough, so I can only use a few tricks." No matter how tough Lu Tat thought he was, he peed his pants after just 2 threats. "If there's anything, just say it slowly, brother, just tell me, I'll try my best to do it." Lu Tat decided to use a time-buying tactic to get Tam Long back later. Just because he can ask it to show him the way out, "Then brother, are you going to use this thing yourself?" He said, "Of course not, this thing has huge side effects, of course we have to let the other workers use it instead." Lu Tat said, "So if those workers find the treasure, won't they get money? At that time, what else will you do?" "Ha, as long as they find the things, it will all be mine in the end, because they use the long dragon thread, which I think will make people disappear. And if they happen to be lucky enough to not disappear, I just need to randomly think of some reason, call them here and pretend it was Tam Long Chi's doing." It turns out that the workers who suddenly disappeared were probably all caused by this guy. He disguised himself as Tam Long Chi, causing the workers to disappear, all of which was fabricated by this villain. He said again, "With something like Tam Long Chi here, no one would suspect me. They don't even know how they died, probably always thinking that they were swallowed by Tam Long Chi. If one dies, another will be recruited, just a bunch of poor ghosts, they get as much as they want. So it's true that you never thought about letting me go, right? What's wrong with being poor? Being poor means you deserve to be taken advantage of?" Suddenly, Lu Tat used his foot to kick a piece of dirt straight into the glasses guy's face, then he suddenly jumped forward and launched an iron strike. A powerful impact caused the guy wearing glasses to lose his balance and fall back. At the same time, he also accidentally pressed the switches that activated the explosives inside the building. The guy wearing glasses knew the situation was about to get bad, so he quickly took Tam Long Chi and ran out. As soon as he left, the explosives in the ore area began to explode. At this time, Lu Tat was still blinded, so moving was extremely difficult. The mines were constantly being detonated nearby, and the whole ore area was probably about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, with a sudden bang, the rock and soil under Lu Tat's feet began to collapse, dragging his whole body into a free fall into the deep hole. Suddenly, in front of Lu Tat, countless black crows suddenly appeared. At the same time, a strange girl appeared from nowhere in front of him. This girl pointed straight at Lu Tat and said, "Go back." Lu Tat has seen all kinds of scary hallucinations, some like a ghost coming out of a TV, and some even scarier than that, like a bearded beauty. All sorts of perverts, but the strange thing is that Lu Tat has never seen this girl before. Who is the girl appearing in front of Lu Tat right now? Only after the girl said to go back, Lu Tat found himself lying in the middle of the road. From what people around him told, it seemed like he had an accident. Tam Long Chi was also nowhere to be seen. Lu Tat really doesn't know if the recent time travel was caused by Tam Long Chi or something else. Later, the news reported that, according to reports, famous businesses in the city. Chairman Hong of Phuc Dalai has been suspected of being involved in attempted murder and illegal buying and selling of antiques, and is currently being detained for investigation. According to intelligence, Mr. Hong 10 years ago exploited coal ore on his behalf. But in reality, they took advantage of this to exploit cultural artifacts along with murderous tactics. The police also discovered many bodies at Mr. Huan's old mine site. Through examination, it appeared that they were all of former mine workers. The 2 bones of the deceased have been handed over to the family, hoping they can rest in peace in the Golden Stream. Those were the news that Boss Vang saw on the news. Did it go so well for his first time on a mission? This kid Lu Tat is really not simple. So now those workers who died unjustly can rest in peace. Their problem was solved, but Lu Tat's problem was even bigger than before. There are many ghosts around him right now. After going through what just happened, Lu Tat's body has shown obvious changes. Now, even during the day, Lu Tat can see those things clearly. This green-faced girl kept asking Lu Tat, "Please look at me. Am I beautiful? Why doesn't that person need me anymore?" It was so noisy that Lu Tat spoke directly to the demon's face. "When you grow up like this, people don't want you. Don't you know yet? Look in the mirror and look at yourself." And this guy, even though he's such a bad artist, he still dares to ask why people don't buy his paintings. I don't understand why Lu Tat is no longer afraid of these things anymore. Let me tell you this clearly. From now on, don't jump next to my hand again, you'll die noisily. Hearing Lu Tat's scolding, the group of ghosts only dared to hide in a corner. Did not dare to resist. Lu Tat felt like he had been reincarnated. Could this change be due to this premonition value? Who is that strange girl who suddenly appeared yesterday? At this moment, the system sent a notification to Lu Tat, "The reward has been given to you. Please receive the goods and inspect them as rewards for the previous mission. There's also a female prize." As soon as the announcement was finished, there was a knock outside Lu Tat's door. He opened it, but there was no one outside. "There's just one box out here, with a line on it. Please do not open the room seal." What exactly is inside this? Lu Tat had the same feeling as when playing a mysterious gift box game. Will it be a dragon sword? Or purple sweet potato Thanos' infinity gauntlet? But it is clearly written above that please do not open the room seal. Lu Tat couldn't help but be curious. It's a system reward after all. Just open it and see if it's okay. No wonder the item Lu Tat received inside was a brick. That's right, it's nothing more than a brick. Waiting for a chance, I will give birth and death to complete the mission. Now give me a brick. Are you kidding? To answer Lu Tat's question, the system sent a notification. D-class sealed item. The brick is at peace. Capacity. After being hit by the sealed object, the person they attack will lose their reason. No longer want to fight. One heart just wants peace. Side effects. The user cannot come into contact with the brick for too long a time. Otherwise, you will just want to stay in peace. Conditions of use. The hunch value is greater than 50 or more. Item description. This is a sealed object combined from countless resentments of workers. The origin of the sealed object comes from their catchphrase. Going to work is not as good as carrying bricks and sealing objects. Side effects follow. This description is also somewhat similar to the previous Tam Long Chi. So perhaps Tam Long Chi is also a sealed object. Just don't know what its level is. So in this life, there still exist countless mysterious things like sealed objects. They have extremely special abilities. But there will also be side effects, requiring users to consider carefully before using. So if I continue doing the quest, I will have more money and more sealed objects, right? But I just feel like this broadcasting company is not a good company. Who sent these orders anyway? Isn't that the name of that dishonest businessman? Lutat checked the consignor and there was only one word displayed. That's A. The seemingly simple name has just this one word. There's also the box that says please don't open the seal. Lutat has certainly received an order like this before. In the end, what happened? Why can't he remember? What happened to my memories? Reminder system. Special nighttime intra-city express transmissions were received. Remuneration 100,000 yuan. Reminder system. Please receive your order within 5 days. Otherwise your life will be threatened. Seeing this threatening message from the system, intuition told Lutat one thing. This thing is no mere threat. If he doesn't accept the order, there will definitely be real danger to life. Things have come to this. Now Lutat has no way to retreat. The strange thing is that this time Lutat was not worried about what was about to happen. Maybe it was because countless strange things happened that night. Later, Lutat's mother arrived home, took the key to open the door, and saw Lutat standing there. Scared his mother into shock. Lutat asked his mother, "Have you received the 1,000 yuan I sent you earlier?" Lutat's mother nodded and said she received it. Then good. Mom, go home and rest. I'm going to work. Lutat's mother quickly asked. It's almost dark. Can't you go out? Besides, where did you get that money? Mom, please rest assured. From now on you will no longer be afraid of the dark. Let me worry about the money for my sister's medicine. Lutat didn't say much more to his mother and immediately left. If you can't escape, you can only bravely accept it. I also want to know what happened to my body. Soldiers come to generals to support. The water came and covered the land. It can't be like last time. In short, just go to the company to accept the assignment first. But when Lutat arrived at the company, he was stunned. There were countless donuts for rent. There are still a few lines of text written on it. The wretched boss made his sister-in-law run away. What the hell? The clue is broken. The villain hugged his sister-in-law and ran away. This story has only just begun. Why did the villain grab the girl and run away? Suddenly the boss poked his head out from the opposite room and spoke. Hey man. I moved to the opposite side. The fortune teller said that the feng shui there was not good. Can't get rich. So I switched to this side. You quickly come up here. Lutat snorted. This dishonest businessman always knows how to surprise people. As soon as he arrived, Lutat asked, "Is this the address that disappeared 20 years ago? Also, please explain to me a little. What is the death threat sent by the system?" The boss pretended to be dumb when he answered Lutat. What place has disappeared? That day my internet was unstable. Just know you completed your mission. What about the threat of death? What are you talking about? The boss can see it. This kid's eyes and personality have completely changed. Not as bewildered as the other day. Because these specific conditions are voluntary. I'm not forcing you at all. Faced with this excuse from the boss, Lutat really can't argue. Or should I take out a brick and knock on him? Tu Lu, right now the most important thing is to get used to your work. Why do we need to pay such attention to Tu Teet? At most, I'll pay you a little more for the following missions. Look at the boss's calm face. Lutat had a feeling that even if he pulled out the brick, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Okay, Lutat sat down on the chair and asked him. So what do I have to deliver this time? The boss's eyes were bright and his demeanor was confident. It seems like you've grown a lot after the last mission. I like working with people like this the most. This time's parcel is quite special. Need 2 people to deliver the goods. We need to wait for another colleague to get here. Change the scene to another place. At this time, a long-haired guy was running away. Behind him was a girl riding a motorbike chasing closely. The girl got out of the car and asked the other guy. Finally, when can the items be delivered? Saw the girl pull out her sword. That serenity was completely shy. This one, I'm already drawing the draft. Please give me a little more time to edit the million. I have already created a new folder. We'll hand it over quickly. The girl sighed. It seems like you're the type who hasn't shed a tear yet when he sees a coffin. The girl took out her phone and threatened. In there is a picture of the long-haired guy's pet cat. It seems like your little meal hasn't been bred yet. My neighbor has a cat who is also at the age of looking for girls. Or should I do it for the 2 of them? The other guy was scared and cried. How could you do that to Tu Myo? Wait for Dad, Tu Myo. I will definitely finish the work soon to save you. At that moment, the girl's phone rang. Director True, it's not done. Our sales performance this month is not very good. Low seasons are February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. If we just get through these few months, maybe our achievements will be better. 11 months already, nothing more. It turned out that this girl was True Hugh. Someone with the same job. Doing the work of 10 people alone. Competence in all aspects is at an excellent level. While the manager was talking, True Hugh quickly turned off the phone. Other times call home. I have a message. Fast transmission within the city at night. Special parcel. Remuneration 100,000 yuan. True Hugh smiled. Finally, there is a new mission. The time was now nearly 12 o'clock at night. The girl True Hugh was present at the place of fast transmission. Lu Tat observed this girl once. Been here for half an hour. Just do your job. I can't be wrong, isn't this the most famous sister in my school? Student Council President. 10 great singers of the school. Sports champion. Goddess of boys. Sister True Hugh is famous throughout the school. Because I always wear turtlenecks. Cold and arrogant, it is also called the soaring iceberg. Sure enough, when we met, we realized that the name was truly immortal. Look at that bust. Really high. She also does this broadcasting job. The boss walked over and introduced himself. This is Tu Lu, a new employee. And this is Tu True. Looks like they both went to the same high school. Lu Tat raised his hand to greet his senior. I am Lu Tat. It's a pleasure working with seniors. But the girl didn't pay attention to Lu Tat. Instead, take out your phone and talk to your friend. What? Has the stock price dropped? That's a potential stock. Don't cut your losses like that. Double that for me. Where you fall is twice as much. What kind of return to shore? After a while, the boss took out a box and said, what needs to be delivered this time is quite special. It takes 2 people to join forces. I believe you both have experience, right? Also, the rank of the special parcel this time is A-class, A-class? Grade A parcel means the sealed object is also grade A. The rank of the parcel and the sealed object are the same. Currently, the sealed object is divided into 5 levels including Class D, Class C, Class B, Class A, and finally Class S. Lu Tat is quite curious about Tam Long Chi's previous level. Immediately asked the boss. The boss was silent for a moment and then said, Tam Long Chi is level D. This answer makes Lu Tat quite suitable. The last mission made him die and come back to life several times. But it's only D level? It's so low that it hits the bottom. Okay, no more talking. Let's open it and see what the item we need to transport this time is. What was inside the box was a mask. When handing over the sealed object, 3 things need to be paid attention to. The first is that a person cannot keep the mask on for more than an hour. Being within 5 meters of it counts as carrying it. Second, the mask must not be allowed to come into contact with human blood. According to Lu Tat, these 2 rules are probably related to the side effects of the mask. If you don't know what the mask's abilities and effects are, even if you know the rules, it's hard to avoid unexpected things happening. Lu Tat asked the boss, "Can you tell us the abilities and side effects of this sealed object?" The boss shook his head and refused, "No way. Only the recipient knows the abilities and side effects of the sealed object." Senior True Hugh asked Lu Tat to quickly leave. "The boss certainly won't reveal this information to us. Don't waste your time asking questions." So we decided like this. Each person will take turns holding this item for 1 hour. Any problem, newbie? Remember, don't get in my way. Lu Tat Chuangoa responded to his senior. Just wait, you still don't know who gets in the way. Countdown time. There are 5 hours and 59 hours left until the mission ends. Lu Tat's current premonition value is 60. This mission's duration is much longer than the previous mission. The address has also been checked. No problem. This mission was paid up to 100,000 yuan. That is enough to make this task much more difficult. Lu Tat had not yet left, but the ghosts had already begun to arrive non-stop. They kept dancing in Lu Tat's ear. Didn't I tell them not to dance next to me again? What a bunch of trouble. Suddenly the mask inside the box thought. Hi, I can finally live again. In the long river of history. Anyone who has me will become a beauty who advises the country and advises the city. Girls rely on their beautiful appearance. Influencing an entire dynasty, starting a war. Massacred countless people. For example, Demon Fox Dat Kai. There are even people who ascend to the throne. Became the first female emperor of ancient times. Whether male or female. Until now, no one has ever been able to resist my charm. Is this the inner world of this kid? Empty, nothing. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was easy to be enchanted. Come here quickly. Open your inner self to me. Have you ever been despised by people because of your poor appearance? Is that what you're looking for? Suddenly Lu Tat turned around and asked. Why does this keep jumping around in my hand? Didn't I tell you to stop dancing and stop dancing? The mask didn't expect that this kid would dare to interrupt me. Does my charm not work on him? Or did he mistake me for someone else? I came here to charm him. Why should I be afraid that he will misunderstand me? Lu Tat roared loudly. If a tiger doesn't growl, you'll think it's Hello Kitty. One punch hits the platform in one go. The mask broke one of its front teeth. What's this kid's name? How can it be so strong? So the mask's soul was forced to leave Lu Tat's mental world. Only then did I see the mask automatically crack a few times. An hour later. Delivery time is now 4 hours 48 minutes. Lu Tat's premonition value has now increased to 80. The time had come, so Lu Tat gave the mask box to Senior True Lu. In response to the senior's question, is there any problem? Lu Tat replied, of course not. Look at how prestigious my face is. Give the mask to the senior. Lu Tat also felt that something was not quite right. Are A-class sealed objects just as simple as this? This mask always gives me a familiar feeling. Now thinking back to what just appeared in my mind. Along with the mask, this ceiling object has some similarities. Could it have crawled into my head to play around there? Suddenly, Lutat heard True Hugh's screams. Lutat turned to look and saw that she was holding a mask in her hand to put on her face. The mask smiled and said, "But is there still any remaining sense of resistance? But that's enough, I have taken your blood." Then the mask disappeared into nothingness. When Lutat ran over, he couldn't see the mask anymore. "Senior, are you okay?" At this time, True Hugh sat on the ground in disbelief. How could I make such a low-level mistake? I must definitely find it. Compass. Quickly show me the direction of that mask. The compass in True Hugh's hand was a dike-level sealed object. The ability is a bit similar to Tam Long Chi, but only used to search for items that you lost. But the strange thing is that this compass does not move at all. It just stood still and motionless like that. True Hugh couldn't understand. Why didn't her sealing item work? Is it because the level of that mask is higher than this compass? Lutat asked his senior. "What are you doing here? Didn't that mask disappear and then run to the right?" True Hugh couldn't believe it even more. Obviously it had completely disappeared by then. How can Lutat see it? How to say it? Since childhood I have had the ability to see strange things. Know their tricks very well. I used to be very afraid of these things before. But gradually you get used to it. When you're not afraid of them anymore, you'll understand more things. Well, in short, whether you believe it or not is up to you. Anyway, I have to chase after that mask. Although I don't know what the penalty will be for failing the mission. But the reward is 100,000 yuan. I don't want to lose 100,000 yuan for nothing. Also, remember not to get in my way. Now True Hugh is being told the same old words by Lutat. But there's not a single word that can be argued. Truly humiliating. Scene changed to the roof of a certain apartment complex. A girl was holding the phone wondering. Why doesn't he reply to my messages? Honey, can we talk for a bit? Your girlfriend doesn't care. The other party replied, I noticed, then goodbye. Why is that? I just wanted to probe you a bit. So why did your girlfriend stop you? Men are such a treacherous bunch. Just because I'm not as beautiful as his girlfriend? Suddenly the mask appeared in front of the girl and asked. Do you know the reason why you are not loved by men? Only when you become a goddess can you truly hold a man in your hands. Even though the girl knew clearly that what had just appeared was very strange, she was not afraid at all, and what she said was extremely similar to what the teacher in the flirting class said. At the same time in the sky, the strange girl who had appeared before Lutat continued to appear. Thank you Black Crows for bringing me news. Grade A sealed objects can be resurrected when exposed to blood. The massacre is very near. At this time, a group of boys were blushing and praising a beautiful girl. Beauty, can I have WeChat please? Is she a star? Why is there such a beautiful person? So I've really changed my shape. I have become much more beautiful. At that moment, the girl's phone also vibrated with many messages. Where are you? Why don't you answer me? He broke up with his girlfriend. Let's get to know each other. I cannot live without you. It was the older brother from before. Isn't he always cold towards me? Now with such enthusiasm. The selfie the girl just uploaded also turned into her current appearance. The number of likes also increased rapidly. The number of messages sent has reached 10,000. Men taking the initiative to get to know each other suddenly skyrocketed. It turns out this is the feeling of being loved. Feeling sought after. This is so wonderful. The mask asked the girl in the spirit world. Are you satisfied with your current appearance? The girl nodded vigorously. Is he a god? Are you sent by God to save my life? The mask replied that she, a mere mortal, would not be able to probe the origin of this deity. Do you want to look like this forever? The girl said, so do I need to pay for anything? I can give all my money to him. Haha, money? To me that makes no sense at all. Well, we should still say goodbye here. Setting the price is probably something you can't afford. And if you want to keep this beauty forever, then you give me the blood of 3 beautiful young girls. The blood of 3 beautiful young girls? I have a few close friends. I will think of a way to bring their blood to you. The mask spoke again. It's not just a few drops. We need a lot of blood. As much as possible. The girl heard that and immediately said, then no. That's illegal murder. I cannot help you. Mask sighed. Really? Then you should be a normal-looking person with noble morals. As soon as the mask finished speaking, the girl's beautiful appearance immediately disappeared. Returned the original appearance to normal. The guys from earlier complimented the girl on how incredibly beautiful she was. Now turned to harsh criticism. No one paid attention to the girl anymore. At the same time, the guy from earlier texted the girl enthusiastically. Now turn 180 degrees again. Everything comes and goes so quickly, making the girl temporarily unable to keep up. The girl returned to the bathroom and looked at her own face. After once having a beautiful face, this girl suddenly noticed her original face. God, are you still here? I agree with you. I will get you a lot of beautiful young women's blood. The mask's voice rang out. Are you sure? Any regrets? I won't regret it. Please come back here. Just help me become beautiful. He told me to do anything. So the mask once again merged with the girl's face. Turn her into a beautiful form. At this time, the time left for Lutat's order is 3 hours and 30 minutes. Premonition value also increased to 90. When 2 people, Lutat and True Hugh, chased after the mask's trail. There was a woman who was murdered by the trick of the mask. Must find that thing and return it quickly. Otherwise, more people will die. From the state of the body it can be seen. This person died from excessive blood loss. Next will be the middle rot process. True Hugh thought to himself. This guy has started again. Why do you like to say such strange things? Lutat turned back to talk to True Hugh. Oh yes, before that, I was followed by a demon who died unjustly for a year. At the same time, witness with your own eyes the process of it dying and then turning into dried fish. Very scary. But based on what's in front of me, the side effects and powers of the mask are not difficult to predict. But the condition still says not to be exposed to this thing for more than an hour. It also means that ordinary people will be fascinated by it for about an hour. But why did the senior just touch the box and it already controlled it? It's because the enchanting power of this thing on women will be greater. Or maybe the senior is still hiding something. True Hugh said. Now can you still follow the trail of the mask? Must find it quickly. Otherwise, something big will happen. Lutat said. In fact, I already understand its method of action. I have a plan. We must catch him before the police get here. Otherwise, ordinary people cannot control it. Scene changes to the girl from earlier. She has finally regained her beautiful appearance once again. The mask, in the mental world, continuously asked the girl to give him more blood. The girl said with the mask. But then you have to change your shape for me. Otherwise the police will find out that I did it all. Rest assured, it's not just about appearance. Even a person's fingerprints and blood type can help people change. The girl gave a cunning smile. If so, that's great. The law cannot do anything to me. There's no need to be afraid anymore. At this moment, next to the girl, another woman accidentally passed by. She immediately focused her attention on this person. "Hey girl, don't move. Quickly give me your blood." But the woman suddenly turned around and spoke. "Of course it's you. Looks like you can't escape this time." Suddenly, what's wrong with the mask? Why is it a man's voice? Wait, something's not quite right. Why does this name sound so familiar? It turned out that the girl was disguised by Lu Tat, deliberately luring the mask into a trap. "You let me find it. There's no way to escape, my child. See if I can punch you to death?" Maybe it's because of instinct from being beaten up last time. So the mask immediately spoke to the other girl. "Hurry up and leave here. I can't deal with this monster." So the girl immediately ran away. Hey, why did you run away like that? Didn't we say you were an A-class sealed object? Why do you do such a shameful act? Lu Tat did just that, but that shameless mask still kept running. Right now, he's pretending to be a girl. Wearing thick heels, there's no way to keep up. The girl ran for a while before daring to stop, panting. "Who exactly is that person, Kado? Why are you so afraid of him?" The mask was still shaking. "You don't need to ask much. Just listen to my instructions and you'll be fine." But suddenly a red string flew from nowhere and tightly tied this girl's body. The person who took action was True Hugh. "Finally caught you. This time, don't try to run away." The thing True Hugh used to blind the girl was also a D-rank sealing object, named Checkered, causing the wrapped person to be unable to move for a moment. But True Hugh did not dare to move. Even though he blinded the girl, he was still afraid of being seduced by the mask. "So I just dared to stand far away and keep my distance." The mask spoke to the other girl. "Quickly hand over your body to me for control first." Very quickly, the girl was completely controlled by the mask. "Before that, I'll let you guys fight because I haven't awakened yet. Now I have absorbed the blood." The scope of influence and efficiency also increased significantly. Every word the mask said gave True Hugh a huge headache. The motionless checker in his hand couldn't control himself and dropped it to the ground. "It must be very clear in your heart. Why did I invade your mind as soon as you picked up the box? You disguise yourself very well. Unfortunately, the secret in your heart has been seen through by me. The stronger the outside, the weaker the inside. Actually, you really want me to change your appearance. Or to be more precise, change a part of your body. Is that right?" True Hugh was made to sit down on the ground by the mask's words and closed his mouth. "It's not like you said. You really hate your body, right? Let me see, the secret you've always tried to hide." It turned out that there was a very large burn on True Hugh's left side. Maybe that's also the reason she always dresses conservatively. It is to cover the burns on the body. So is it this burn that hides the past that you don't dare to face? Suddenly, True Hugh fell to the ground, holding his head and crying. "Don't say anymore, it's all because of me. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have happened." Did she mentally collapse so quickly? Truly boring. "Last time I didn't have time to drain your blood. This time I won't let you escape." While the mask was being proud, suddenly Lu Tat appeared next to him. "Are you having fun playing?" Scared that the mask of tears and nose would all flow out. "It's over, I was so proud just now." Not paying attention, his body was tied up by this boy. "Wait a minute, brat, I can help you become handsome like an idol. Do you want it?" Before the mask finished seducing, Lu Tat took out his magical brick and tapped it on the face. So the mask was beaten and separated from the girl's body. The mask continued to give orders to the girl. "You quickly stop this crazy guy and let me escape." But the other girl was probably exposed to the effects of the brick. Now there is no longer any will to fight. Not needed anymore. If you get caught, just get caught. Suddenly, from afar, a police officer with a gun in hand ran to the scene. "Why don't you just stand still there for me? Report to headquarters that a suspicious young man was discovered near the crime scene. There are 2 unconscious girls here. A suspicious person with an extremely dangerous face." Lu Tat quickly explained. "Wait, don't misunderstand. I am the victim." But now another incident happened. The mask changed its target to control the police officer. As expected, all you need is enough blood. Ordinary people cannot resist delusion. Lu Tat secretly thought that this side was a toy. "I haven't learned the skill of catching bullets with my bare hands like in the movies." But when the mask pressed the trigger, the gun was no longer there. When did the gun in my hand turn into a black crow? The moment that black crow appeared. Then a strange girl appeared in the sky. The mission time is now 2 hours and 10 minutes. Lu Tat's premonition value is already 100. That strange girl appeared in front of the mask. Then use your hand to grasp the mask tightly with ease. How can the value of premonition be so high? Who is the last person? The strange girl didn't answer, just gently gave her right hand. The policeman and the mask were immediately separated. The mask trembled in the girl's hands, begging for her life. Inside the spiritual world of masks, it is standing above countless skulls and bones of the victims it has killed. And above its head, that strange girl was like a sun radiating dazzling light, burning everything underfoot with ease. Just like that, cracks began to appear on the mask, then it completely disappeared into nothingness. Just like that, the mask turned back into a normal mask, no longer having any of the hardness of a seal-level item. Standing before this strange girl, Lu Tat was still very curious to know who she was. "I thought I was no longer afraid of these things, but when facing this girl, Lu Tat still kept trembling from the bottom of his heart." The girl came to Lu Tat's side and said a few words. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into tiny red piles and disappeared again. 2 hours later, the immediate task was completed because the parcel was damaged during transportation. Deducting part of the bonus, the amount the transferee received is 50,000 yuan, the current premonition value is 150. Lu Tat and True Hugh took a breath, finally able to complete this order and rest. True Hugh asked Lu Tat, "How is that mask?" Lu Tat replied, "It seems like it's dead, now it's just a normal mask, with no effect at all." True Hugh doesn't know what happened while he was in a coma, but does this count as completing the order? I've never encountered this situation before. Lu Tat himself is not clear about this. The request is only to successfully deliver the order, it does not say whether to deliver it while still alive or dead. Suddenly True Hugh no longer had any arrogant appearance, bowed his head and apologized to Lu Tat. "It was all my fault that this mission was so troublesome. And then the things that happened in my past." "Is it you?" Lu Tat suddenly interrupted, so she admitted that she was the one hindering the work, right? "If you feel like you're not capable enough, in the next team mission, be my subordinate. Or maybe I won't come next time. Avoid hindering work?" True Hugh seemed to have awakened the beast inside. "Enough, I tell you. I won't make this kind of low-level mistake again. Don't think that doing well once gives you the right to be arrogant." Lu Tat laughed cheerfully. "That's right, right? This is the arrogant senior I know. As for the question about my sister's past, I don't know anything. No one is forever free from mistakes, and no one is omnipotent. So don't force yourself to live a tiring life." Looking at the back of Lu Tat leaving, True Hugh suddenly said, making him a proud fan. At this moment, a person named the homeroom teacher sent a message to True Hugh. "How was this mission? Has come into contact with an A-grade sealed object. Grade A sealed object, beauty-loving mask, can fascinate others. Taking advantage of people's love of beauty to control people's hearts, loving human blood, especially women's blood. The biggest difference between A-class sealed objects and other objects is that A-class sealed objects seem to have a life of their own. In addition, the premonition value seems to be able to change some characteristics of the human body. Further research is still needed. The homeroom teacher replied that she understood, she continued to do their duty, and must make them pay for the suffering we had gone through. Returning to the person to whom Lu Tat entrusted the mask order, at her house there are many prestigious statues for excellent actors. This has finally arrived. As long as I have it, I can stay young forever, never run out of time. Breaking news, a female star brought a white mask to the stage to present an award, making everyone laugh. This star has long since expired. Recently through tricks such as spreading rumors and creating scandals to attract everyone's attention. This time, Lu Tat did not focus on the news on TV anymore. Instead he was rummaging around for something, found it. It turned out that what he found was a scroll called Sun Hai Kin. The reason Lu Tat struggled to find this thing was because the last words that strange girl said to Lu Tat were the 3 words Sun Hai Kin. Finally found it. It turned out to be in the house. It seems like this thing has been hidden here for a long time, like it was deliberately forgotten. No matter what I did I couldn't remember. Does this item have anything to do with the item I received last time, that missing memory? Suddenly Sun Hai Kin spoke up, "I finally found me. Oh, can I talk? Are you the sealed object?" As soon as Lu Tat finished asking, the scroll of Sun Hai Kin suddenly turned into a girl holding a gourd-shaped jar of wine in her hand. "Hey kid, do you have any wine at home? Quickly pour a full jar for Ms. Nai Nai." The object that sealed the Sun Hai Kin, its level cannot be described, its ability cannot be determined, its side effects are unknown. Lu Tat then used almost all the money he had just received from delivering the order to send it to his mother. "Hello, have you received the money I transferred yet?" "Don't worry, my child, it's okay. Mom, just use that money to take care of your sister." Things between mother and sister seemed to be temporarily okay, but a bigger problem appeared. Who is this woman who drinks wine like water? The money she worked hard to earn through delivery was to buy wine and she drank it like a bottomless bottle. "Have you had enough to drink? We can talk now." After drinking another bottle of wine, the other girl replied, "Just now I couldn't get drunk for 1,000 drinks." "Come here, what do you want to ask?" Lu Tat asked, "Are you a sealed object? What is her class? A level or S level?" Sun Hai Kin replied, "For now, you can just consider me as S-class. Perhaps my level is even higher than what you know." Lu Tat was surprised. "Is there even a higher level than an S-class sealed object? Your current premonition value is too low. There are too many things beyond the scope of your perception. There are things just listening to them is enough to make you die." Lu Tat took out his phone and asked, "So what is this express delivery application? They brought you here to me, right? What happened in my past? Why have I received orders from them before?" With this question from Lu Tat, Sun Hai Kin just shook his head and said he didn't know. "Hey you just now, are you really a high-level sealing object?" She didn't know anything when she asked. "I suspect you came here just to drink, right?" Sun Hai Kin sighed. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. But I don't remember anything that happened. It was as if the memory was suddenly pulled out of my head." Lu Tat realized that Sun Hai Kin's condition was exactly the same as his. Suddenly there is a missing part of memory. So what about the shipper with only one letter A? Do you have any impression? Sun Hai Kin said no. Like this, everything has once again reached a dead end. For example, the parcel Lu Tat took at that time was Sun Hai Kin. So what happened then? What caused both Lu Tat and Sun Hai Kin to lose part of their memories? Seeing Lu Tat's thoughtful appearance, Sun Hai Kin said, "Let me tell you what I still remember. Before, we were always in a deep sleep, but someone woke us up and that person was you. The first time you did the mission, I was already awakened, but your premonition value at that time was too low. Just my appearing in front of you is enough to make you disappear, so it's only now that I appear." Lu Tat sighed. "So it proves that we have some connection." "That's right. But we can't remember clearly what it is. If you were the one who woke me up, then maybe you can also help me find my lost memories. Or we can cooperate. I help people complete their tasks. Someone who helps us find our memories. Lu Tat thought to himself. Is there such a good thing as this? Has my golden hand arrived? This is the current top-level ceiling item that I know of. With such great conditions, of course there is no reason for Lu Tat to refuse. Then our agreement is officially signed, Ms. Nai Nai. As soon as Lu Tat finished speaking, Sun Haikin collapsed on the ground and snored. Why was someone crowing so loudly just now? How can you not get drunk after 1,000 drinks? Now I'm completely drunk. At this moment, a bell rang outside Lu Tat's house. At the same time, the system also sent a notification that the reward had been delivered. Please check and receive the goods. It's still the same box as the previous time above and still has the words, please don't open the seal. This time Lu Tat doesn't know what level of sealed object will be inside. Inside is an item with a rather strange shape, introducing the B-class sealing object, the user's ability to split his own shadow. Turning your shadow into a black clone, as a side effect, the user will be extremely afraid of light. In 24 hours, it can only be used for 5 minutes. After this time, the shadow will begin to have its own thoughts and gradually replace the owner. Conditions of use: premonition value greater than or equal to 150. Description: no one wants to be someone else's shadow forever. People who can't live their own life always think of ways to replace others, or turn into someone else. Consignor A is indeed still this mysterious person named A. When Lu Tat was about to touch the sealed object to test it out, suddenly, countless strange red veins appeared on his arm, and at the same time a vague memory. The image of a girl holding this sealed object appeared in Lu Tat's mind. The memory fragment appeared again. It's that girl whose face can't be seen clearly. I had seen this object once before, and the transportation system sent Lu Tat a new notification. Express delivery within the city at night, special parcel remuneration 200,000 yuan. Please receive your application within 5 days. Otherwise, you will be threatened with death. Again, this shipping unit doesn't allow people to rest or something. As soon as they received a new order, Boss Vang also called Lu Tat. Tu Lu, have you seen the new order? If so, please immediately accept the order and then come to the company immediately. There is a surprise waiting for you. I don't know what this scammer is planning to do. But Lu Tat felt that his tone this time was quite serious. Let's go to the company now. There was still an S-class sealed object in the house sleeping on the table. When Lu Tat turned around, he saw that Sun Haikin had transformed back into its scroll form. What was the surprise that awaited me in the boss's words? Anyway, now I have support in Sun Haikin. If the boss has bad intentions, I will be tough with him. As soon as he opened the door, a strangely beautiful girl welcomed Lu Tat. Are you here? I'm the new secretary to the company. Please come inside. So the surprise he was talking about was this? Now he sent another message to Lu Tat. I have a business trip. Tonight's mission will be told to you by the company secretary. You two had a nice chat. So, little Lu, let's confirm that the special parcel must be delivered tonight. This secretary gave Lu Tat a rather strange feeling. Although she always had a smile on her face, she was extremely cold as ice. The special item this time is an A-class sealed item. Although the string puppet is an A-rank sealed object. But you don't need to worry too much. This item has 2 rules to keep in mind when shipping. First, don't let it get contaminated with human blood. Second, don't talk to it. The first rule is probably the general rule for A-class sealed objects. Once stained with blood, it will produce its own life. The second rule is probably related to the special ability of this sealed object. It's a bit similar to the previous mask, but this time it's much simpler. After all, I don't intend to talk to a puppet. So it seems like Tu Lu is ready. I wish you a safe journey. If you go down the street, lie still there and wait for the hearse to come pick you up. A plus special parcels. The delivery person's hunch value 150, address, Duongquang Nursing Home. Room 404, number 44, 2 Do Street, Area A. Order successfully received. You have 6 hours left until the delivery time expires. This mission is of A+ difficulty level. The difficulty is twice as high as before. Isn't the road to freedom, the road to happiness, the address of the underworld? As soon as the mission began, Sun Hai-kin transformed into a spirit form and appeared next to Lutat. I didn't expect Sun Hai-kin could do something like this. Sealed objects are truly strange objects. So how do you see my mission this time? Sun Hai-kin said proudly above Lutat's head. Soldiers come to the general to block, water to the land to block, what are you afraid of? Up for you. Lutat moved a little further and encountered heavy rain and wind again. Didn't you say something just now that made the water come to the ground and stop you? It's not even a little rainy and we're already running. It's true that the gangster's snout calls the name Sun Hai-kin. There is a convenience store 500 meters ahead. Go there and see if there are raincoats or not. This jacket alone is not enough to cover the sun and rain. Just entering the convenience supermarket, the TV next to Lutat announced, urgent news on the night of the level 12 fat cat storm that entered our city tonight. This storm is the largest storm in the city in the past 10 years. There will be situations such as landslides and roads collapsing. We hope that people in the city will take good protective measures. Try your best to stay indoors and avoid traveling during this time. Lutat sighed, it was really bad luck. This means even God wants his difficulty to increase. It's still better to quickly find a raincoat and complete this mission. If there's a real landslide, I'll be lost. Lutat took a raincoat and went to Thursday Nan to speak. Can you help me with the math? The girl Thursday Nan asked. Cash or bank transfer? Lutat said again, transfer money, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Suddenly Thursday Nan turned her head 180 degrees and spoke. Successful dialogue. Come play a game with me. Suddenly save all bodies couldn't move. Could it be that Thursday Nan is a puppet in disguise? Since when did it run in here? What puppet is close to Lutat's face and wondered? What game are we playing? The loser will be punished, so the first game is the cowardice test. As she spoke, she opened her mouth wide and asked Lutat, what's wrong, are you scared? Lutat clearly responded to the puppet. Does my face look like I'm scared? The face is also quite good. It's a pity that the expression is so bad. Unsatisfactory. The puppet commented. The expression is even more ferocious than mine. The face does not change color. My heart is not racing, you have won this game. The winner will receive a reward. I will give you some sincere advice. There is danger ahead. It's best for you not to go any further. You are very interesting. See you in the next game. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppet disappeared into nothingness. Leaving Lutat with thoughts, is there danger ahead? What does this puppet's statement mean? Now the real female salesperson rushed in. Sorry, I was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. What do you want to buy? After paying for the raincoat, Lutat went out to check it out. The puppet is still in here. It seems like just a part of its power escaped just now. Just now Lutat also asked the other employee. She was absent at the right time because she wanted to go to the bathroom. It seems the puppet can sense the surrounding situation. Take advantage of the situation, use hundreds of thousands of tricks to lure others into dialogue with you. The side effect of this thing is probably that you will have to play around with it. It is truly a seal of the underworld. No matter what its power is, the side effects of the sealed object are huge. Just now, the puppet reminded Lutat that there was danger ahead, so Lutat searched for information online. There's nothing unusual about that optical bed nursing home. But if even the sealed object says it's dangerous, then it's definitely not a simple place. But what if it was a puppet joke? Now visibility is increasingly limited. While driving in the rain, unfortunately the puppet appeared and forced him to play the game. perhaps Lu Tat will have a traffic accident. But Lu Tat is confident that he has a more powerful pro than this puppet. Sun Hai Kin, can you help me kill this puppet too? Just like the mask from before, Sun Hai Kin appeared and said, Lu Tat, you are so despicable, but it suits Nai Nai's taste very well. Suddenly the system sent a reminder that the A-class sealed object must also be delivered to the customer in a complete state. If there is any damage, the mission will be considered a failure. Lu Tat sighed. As expected, this system has been alert since the previous mission. It seems that it cannot take advantage of the previous error. With no other options, Lu Tat could only choose to wear a raincoat, carry the parcel box in his hand and walk to the delivery place. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Riding a motorbike was too dangerous. According to the system's instructions, the location is only about 2 kilometers away. Luckily, the address is not too far. Going a little further, Lu Tat saw countless collapsed rocks in front of him. This was probably the result of the passing storm. He needed to quickly get off this mountain road. Going a little further, the system prompts, the distance to the delivery address is only about 500 m more. Lu Tat is almost at the delivery location, try to be a little faster. Going a little further, suddenly countless rocks fell straight down to the position where Lu Tat was standing. Luckily, Lu Tat reacted in time and raised one hand to grab the ledge, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground and broken into pieces. It's true that this puppet knows how to choose the right time. It chose the moment Lu Tat was in danger to appear. While Lu Tat was still struggling to hold one hand on the cliff, the puppet next to him kept asking, "What game are we playing this time? So let's play catch up this time. Please do a move that I cannot imitate you." This puppet is too cunning. Now Lu Tat is holding the box in one hand and clinging to the cliff with the other, so what other hand is left to do other movements? It also has to be a move it cannot predict. When Lu Tat didn't know what to do, the puppet had already started counting down. 5, 4, Lu Tat told himself. Calm down, think carefully, the opponent is a puppet, think about any moves it can't do. The puppet has counted down to 1, have you thought of a move yet? Otherwise, you've lost. But when he looked at Lu Tat's face, he was now smiling brightly without watering. The puppet could only sigh, you won again. Continuing is a sincere advice for you. Turning around, Lu Tat felt very strange, although this sealed object kept causing trouble for him. But actually it was just trying to prevent Lu Tat from going to the delivery place. Well, there is no way to cancel the order. Think about how Leo gets out of here first. Lu Tat spoke up. Sun Hai Kin, can you help me a little? Hey, just now, don't disappear at such an important time like this. The person looking for it is nowhere to be found. People who don't need to be looked for will appear. Suddenly, in front of Lu Tat, a girl with an expressionless face suddenly walked forward. A moment later, he suddenly saw Lu Tat being led to a place by that cold-faced girl and bandaging his injured arm. Okay, I've finished bandaging your wound. It's already so dark and you still have to deliver. It's so hard. And the place where Lu Tat is staying is also the destination of the delivery address of Duong Quang Nursing Home. And this girl is the nurse here. After Lu Tat was rescued by her, she followed her to the sanatorium. The road has completely collapsed. Maybe you won't be able to come back tonight. You can just sleep here for a day. Lu Tat thanked the nurse, she was too professional. Oh, also about the goods you brought, we didn't have anyone ordering anything today, I'll keep an eye on it for you. This made Lu Tat quite worried, but this time the delivery was delivered to a place where there was no recipient. Outside the door, voices rang out, "Girl, what are you doing inside?" "Nurse Lu, where is my medicine?" "Nurse Lu, where is my urinal?" In just a few seconds, 3 to 4 people came looking for this nurse. She alone takes care of countless patients here in a professional and thoughtful manner. This Duong Quang nursing home also seems full of warmth and love. Or maybe it's just what it appears on the outside. This nurse Lu is also very popular with everyone. All the walls are hung with her certificates of appreciation. Nurse Lu returned after a while of busy work to talk to Lu Tat. "I'm on the night shift today, so I'm a bit busy. The other nurses are all resting in the break room. You just stay here and rest. If you have nothing to do, don't run around. Lu Tat flashed a smile full of love and ecstasy. After an hour, Nurse Lu immediately slammed the door shut. Lu Tat's face also changed immediately. Right after that, Sun Haikin disappeared and only now appeared. You felt it too, right? This sanatorium is not okay. Lu Tat asked, Nai, where have you been? Why is it only appearing now? Sun Haikin replied, wasn't there someone who saved you just now? Let's talk first. In this sanatorium, there are wires everywhere. Maybe it's not that simple. As soon as Sun Haikin finished speaking, the nursing home suddenly lost power, at the same time on Nurse Lu's side. She was moving in the hallway and also discovered that the nursing home had lost power. At the same time, behind her, a strange shadow gradually appeared. System reminder, your order has been completed. But because it is an A+ mission, please complete the accompanying order, give the puppet to the genuine recipient. There are also quests that come with stars. As soon as this announcement ended, the puppet appeared again in front of Lu Tat. The third game begins, this time playing hide and seek. If caught by a demon, you will die. Hide and seek? Does the puppet mean that the two of them must escape from the demon's pursuit, or does he have to escape from the puppet? In a place not far away, those strange red threads are constantly penetrating the patient's bodies. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. It seems like these patients have been controlled by red thread, turning into genuine puppets. So this is the hide-and-seek game that the puppet just mentioned to Lu Tat later. Lu Tat jumped 3 meters high, flying over the heads of 3 oncoming puppets with ease. But the number of patients in this place is extremely large. There's also in front, there's also behind, there's also behind. Suddenly, Lu Tat had no way to run. Very quickly, Lu Tat was surrounded by dozens, hundreds of patients, and Lu Tat was no longer visible. Suddenly, from below the group of patients, a dark shadow emerged. Lu Tat took out the sealed object he had just received and ran away from the shadow. Is it true that the way to win this game of hide and seek is to kill all the demons? Running shadow is a relatively unique sealing object. When the owner uses it, if the user is not sure, the user himself will become crazy, and the shadow will also become out of control. In ancient times, there was a soldier who accidentally used the sealing object. In the end, his shadow used the master's shadow to destroy the world. Using one person's strength to destroy each person on the battlefield, the entire enemy army is wiped out, but there are no survivors left in our own army. Lu Tat himself is also experiencing sky-shattering changes after using this sealed object. He seems to have transformed into a real assassin, shouting kill and kill endlessly. His hands continuously slashed countless people around, so after a few minutes, this sanatorium suddenly became a battlefield at Lu Tat's feet. People were lying everywhere. After making sure there was no one else, Lu Tat released the shadow to escape. The last usage time lasted 2 minutes. Lu Tat still has 3 minutes to use the shadow today. In fact, as soon as he realized the abnormality, Lu Tat had already used the sealing object, so the person sitting outside was just a shadow. As for Lu Tat himself, he hid safely inside the original room, waiting until the shadow was completely resolved before coming out. But we have to admit that this sealed object is very strong, the shadow is too domineering. Suddenly the puppet in the nearby wall shows its face. You have won again, I give you some advice, run away, quickly escape from here. Lu Tat snorted, calling it advice. It's better to say that he wants to leave here himself. Are you trying to explain something here? What exactly is there that makes an A-grade sealed object like you so scared? Suddenly, Nurse Lu from behind called out to Lu Tat, save me. It turned out to be Nurse Lu. What just happened here? Nurse Lu shook her head not knowing. Just now I was on night patrol. Who would have thought they suddenly became strange, then attacked me? Luckily I ran fast. After Nurse Lu finished speaking, the group of patients who had been knocked down by Lu Tat's shadow suddenly stood up again. It seemed like they were being controlled remotely, so no matter how many times they fought, they couldn't solve it. If that's the case, there's only one way left, 36 strategies. Running away is the best strategy. Sun Haikin appeared and told Lu Tat that there must be something here controlling them from afar. Like their center, they must destroy their center, otherwise they will never be able to kill them. Nurse Lu ran after Lu Tat and asked, "Are you talking alone? It seems like ordinary people cannot see Sun Haikin's presence." Nurse Lu, let me ask you, do you have any strange legends in this place? Or did someone die unnaturally? Nurse Lu slowly remembered something that had happened before. Previously, in room 404, there was an old man who loved to lie. After that, his daughter and son didn't care about him, so he became depressed, then he ended up in his room. If that's the case, then you need to go to room 404 and take a look. Nurse Lu felt very strange, it was clearly Lu Tat's first time coming here. But why is he the one running first now? Isn't she the guide? Did she think Lu Tat was running around in her house? Upon reaching the 4th floor, the scene before Lu Tat and Nurse Lu was quite horrifying. Countless patients up here are brutally killing each other, some are hitting each other's heads with sticks, blood is flowing everywhere. They all look like a bunch of lost souls, their mouths only mumbling 2 words, happy, cheerful. Looks like they're not doing well. You'll follow me later, Nurse Lu. I saw a stranger breaking in. These puppets stopped fighting each other and turned to stare at Lu Tat. If they were discovered, then Lu Tat would only have to exchange martial arts conferences with them for a while. A group of dozens of puppets stood in front of Lu Tat and asked, "Who are you?" "Is it me?" Lu Tat responded, cheerfully and happily. When the other puppets heard that, they immediately left. They turned out to be me. Just like that, you fooled these guys, it seems too simple. Lu Tat told Nurse Lu, "You should also learn from me, just say a few words of joy, optimism, and happiness." Although Nurse Lu found it hard to believe, she still did as Lu Tat said. A puppet came to Nurse Lu and said, "My bun fell off, can you help me pick it up?" It turned out that the person's bun was a head, a talking head on the ground. This scared Nurse Lu and screamed in fear. The group of people immediately turned to look at her. Who was shouting like that, wasn't it me? Fortunately, Lu Tat promptly covered Nurse Lu's mouth before she revealed that they were in disguise. Then Lu Tat bent down, picked up the head and put it back on the puppet's neck, while saying happily and happily. The puppet looked at Lu Tat and smiled, "Really, do you think I'm beautiful?" Just like that, Lu Tat easily fooled these puppets, and also saved Nurse Lu from a visible loss. Going a little further, Lu Tat and Nurse Lu saw a man with his mouth gagged, his arms and legs covered, lying still on a stretcher. Isn't that Nurse Bong of the sanatorium? He's the nurse who previously took care of the old man who committed suicide in room 404. The other group of people carried Nurse Bong in front of Lu Tat and Nurse Lu. Then, we specially prepared a tool table full of items such as meat cleaver, meat choppers, and giant saws. Nurse Lu saw Lu Tat happily holding up those knives and quickly advised him, "Hey, are you serious about doing this? We can't harm others like that." Lu Tat ignored what Nurse Lu said, still busy choosing the right knife. This first one was too small, not up to standard. In the end, he chose the biggest one, after having the hot product in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lu Tat picked up the giant knife and cut it. Nurse Fong's head rolled away. It turned out he had turned into a puppet a long time ago. Lu Tat spoke up. Buddhist scriptures say that everything has dharmas, like illusions and dreams. Many things are dharmas that cover the eyes. Don't panic, the most important thing is don't be afraid, don't let this thing catch fire. Nurse Luha gasped in surprise. The standards of delivery staff are now this high. Not only do they not fight ghosts with their bare hands, they even have such profound knowledge of Buddhism. The two continued to move. The special care room 404 was right in front of them. Nurse Lu asked Lu Tat in fear, "What should we do? Are we like to rush in?" Lu Tat pointed up and said, "Don't come in, take a look up." It turns out everyone in this sanatorium is hanging on the wall of room 404, an extremely strange scene. They seemed to have been hit by something. Before they could finish their sentence, Lu Tat was suddenly attacked by Nurse Lu. She gave Lu Tat a cunning smile, "Quickly go inside. The game of capture is over." Immediately, Lu Tat's body was entangled by countless strange red threads, making it impossible to move his arms or legs anymore. At this moment, looking at Lu Tat's image, he looks like a mouse stuck in a mousetrap, his body hanging tightly upside down. Despite letting people stand there and observe, Lutat stared at Nurse Lu angrily. It turned out she was the one behind it all. So what about this room 404? Nurse Lu said, there are no elderly people who committed suicide in this room 404. I lied to you, Lutat doesn't understand. What exactly do you want to do? Spend so much effort to bring him here, is it because you want to turn him into a puppet like those people? Nurse Lu gave a sinister smile and said, give me your body, what is that? Even though I'm handsome, I'm not easygoing. I only sell art, not my body. Nurse Lu snorted. Even though he was dead, he still had a stiff mouth. He's truly a dead duck. Be good, my little treasure. Wait a little longer and I'll find you a new body. According to Nurse Lu, the puppet must have been her order. So what does the system mean when it says the goods must be sent to the genuine recipient? Is she not a genuine consignee? Nurse Lu continued to caress the puppet in her hands. Be good, I'm about to find you a new, healthy body. Lutat asked her. At first she did not admit that postal service was hers. Is it because it lets me relax my guard? Nurse Lu gently nodded. Lutat did not pose any threat to her at this time. So that's why the puppet always told Lutat to run away? That is to say, this mission Lutat not only has to deliver the sealed object, but he himself is also Nurse Lu's target. Before, she suddenly went to the cliff to save Lutat. Perhaps it was also part of the plan, wanting to bring Lutat back to turn into a puppet. Nurse Lu kept holding the puppet and monologuing, please stop resisting like that, I know you hate me because of that, but it's also for your own good. Immediately after that, Nurse Lu gently pressed her finger on the puppet, from which a soul escaped from the puppet. This soul flew straight towards Lutat, who was blinded in the middle of the room, but it seemed like the soul was still constantly resisting. This is probably the true form of the object that sealed the puppet. But the feeling was not the same as the mask last time Lutat faced off. Nurse Lu asked the soul, why do you keep opposing me? Don't you like this new body? Is it because you think he's male that you don't like him? It's okay, then I've prepared many other bodies for you. Suddenly Lutat laughed. She still didn't understand why. It was clear that this soul was trying to escape from her. Nurse Lu huffed, what do you know? Obediently wait there to become a puppet. Even if you don't know how to act, I know you have some bravery. But now that you can't move, what else can you do? Suddenly Lutat told Nurse Lu, just wait, it's time to get ready. As soon as Lutat finished speaking, suddenly, for some reason, Nurse Lu could no longer move. From behind Nurse Lu, a black shadow that looked exactly like her appeared. This body will be mine. Lutat said again, this is your shadow. I always felt very strange, so when I faced her, I deliberately left one side. To put it simply, I have a sealing object, its name is Shadow Bat. Its ability is very simple, the user can split his own shadow. Use your shadow to fight, but its side effect is that it can only be used for 5 minutes a day. If you use it for too long, the shadow will have its own thoughts and want to monopolize the original body. Nurse Lu didn't understand, but she obviously didn't use Lutat's sealing object, so how could she create a shadow? Lutat said again, it's true that she didn't use it. Since learning there was such a thing as a sealing object, I've been extremely curious about the abilities and side effects of these things. The rules describe me cutting my own shadow, but in reality there are other types of situations. One of them is that I use this sealing object to cut someone else's shadow. So whose orders will that cut shadow obey? The owner of the shadow or the owner of the shadow bat? Who will the side effects appear on? With the mindset of wanting to experiment, I used my shadow to bring the shadow ball to secretly cut off the nurse's shadow. Then I dispelled my shadow again. After cutting her shadow, I always waited until the 5th minute to see what would happen. The results made people extremely surprised. Her shadow still listens to my orders. I told him to continue staying by her side. This is also the trump card I left for myself. There's nothing unusual about me, which means that when I use the sealing object on someone else, I won't have any side effects. Nurse Lu said in fear, So you've been waiting for another time for me to have side effects, you're playing with me. Hey, my friend, how can you say that? If you don't intend to do anything to me, then when you get betrayed I will remove the shadow for you. Taking advantage of the sealing object's abilities and side effects properly, or taking advantage of things like opening, is the key for me to turn defeat into victory. The nurse stayed and asked, "You, since when did you doubt me? This is even simpler." Everyone in this sanatorium turned into puppets, and she was the only one who was cheerful and lively. Why did this question even need to be asked? Suddenly the nurse Lu's body changed, as if she had become one with those red threads, which wasn't bad. I didn't expect that you could force me to this point. Nurse Lu's face at this moment had become completely different. Perhaps from now on he was no longer a Nurse Lu. You are the seal that controls this place, aren't you? You look very cute. If you could break your arms and legs, it would be even cuter, the puppet replied to Lu Tat. Are you sick? I caught you. Why are you catching me now? You probably don't have any trump cards anymore. Lu Tat replied, It's true that I've run out of trump cards, but I forgot to tell you one thing. I have someone to back me up, which means I have a bodyguard with me. Do you understand? At this time, Sun Hai Kin is inside a red space. This place seems to be the spiritual world of the sealed object outside. Many puppets emerged from the ground to attack Sun Hai Kin, but the competition for strength was too much. A kick from each puppet was redundant and a punch was also redundant. It seems like the number of puppets in this place is quite large, but Ms. Nai Nai doesn't have time to play them one by one. Ms. Nai Nai likes to play a bit rough. Only after that, Ms. Nai Nai Sun Hai Kin summoned a monster in the shape of a lion, with extremely terrifying horns. Sun Hai Kin ordered, Little Tao Thiat, eat them all and leave. After summoning the beast Tao Thiat, everything became even simpler. The surrounding puppets were all killed by Tao Thiat extremely easily. Sun Hai Kin snapped his fingers. Tao Thiat disappeared again as if he had never appeared. The puppet had been eaten, his true face was finally revealed. In front of Sun Hai Kin was the true form of this sealed object. It is hanging on a cross, an image extremely similar to the image of Jesus. Sun Hai Kin just looked at it and said, Is that so? I now understand the secret of this sealed object, then solve it. After these words from Sun Hai Kin, the sealed object suddenly cracked. Then, with a bang, it shattered to pieces. The moment that sealed object disappeared, all the people in this sanatorium who were being controlled immediately returned to their original state. At this time, only the previously protesting soul remained. Lu Tat came to question that soul. Now can you tell me the reason for everything? What exactly happened here? What the hell are you two seals doing here? The other soul recounted, She is my mother, we are not sealed objects, but human beings. Because my legs were not good, she bought me a wheelchair to make it easier to walk. Even though I don't like being in a wheelchair, I have no other choice, so I can only listen to my mother's advice. Oh look, Nurse Vong took her child out for a walk again. It's so hard for her, taking care of her sick daughter all by herself. What a good mother. I heard her husband left for another woman. Look, the Nurse Award of the month is still yours. Next month I will win the title of Best Mother in the city, and then I will push you in a wheelchair to receive the award. That way more people will pay attention to us. Stupid girl, don't think too much. More people must pay attention to our pitifulness so we can have a better life. I just want the best for you. When you grow up, I won't put you in a wheelchair anymore. Unconsciously, the girl had already reached the age of 18. She asked Nurse Lu, Mom, can I go out to celebrate my 18th birthday with my friends today? Nurse Vong didn't think much and immediately refused. Of course it wasn't possible. Last time, it was because I went out with those friends that I got hurt. On your 18th birthday, you have to stay home to celebrate your birthday with your mother, don't go anywhere. Another period of time has passed. What, you say you don't like the nursing job I arranged for you? The girl said, Yes, I want to do my favorite job like designing clothes and fashion, but I don't want to be a nurse. Do you know how difficult it was for me to help you find this job? Mom also talked to the principal. Since childhood, my health has not been good. Wouldn't it be better to stay by my mother's side? The girl argued with her mother for the first time in her life. Mom, I'm already grown up, moreover, why do I have to listen to what you say every time? Nurse Vang is angry, he's grown up now. Having enough feathers and wings, you don't care about this mother, right? Wherever you want to go, go. Why are you working so hard for me? As a result, when I grow up, I don't care about my mother anymore. Right after that, Nurse Vang went straight to the previous award trophies and broke them all. Nurse Vang's arm also bled out a lot. The girl had no choice but to reluctantly follow her mother's arrangements. And so the girl became a nurse. Lu followed in her mother's footsteps as Nurse Vang. She originally thought that she would always be here doing this nursing job. But accidentally one day Nurse Lu discovered the secret of this sanatorium. Another scene of a nurse abusing the elderly right in this nursing home caught Nurse Lu's eyes. She immediately went to ask her mother, Nurse Vang. Mom, why do nurses here mistreat the elderly? Nurse Vang replied. How can this be called disobedience? To those disobedient old people, we must teach them a lesson. Are you afraid they'll call the police? Our attitude is just a bit harsh, no police will believe the words of those confused old people. Besides, if they treat old people really well, how can your mother get the highest salary? At that moment, Nurse Lu made up her mind that she would become a real nurse and would treat all the elderly people in this place well. Mrs. Nuong, you also know that this sanatorium is not good, why do you still try to stay in a place like this? Mrs. Nuong sighed. I'm at my wit's end, my family's finances are not good, I don't have money to live in a better place, so I can only stay here temporarily. Nurse Lu said, then I will give you the method of contacting your family, and so will other elderly people. I will report these problems to my family members on everyone's behalf. Why are you doing that, Nurse Lu? Do you intend to expose the place where you work? You don't want to work here anymore, Nurse Lu nodded and said, you don't want to stay here anymore. But when Nurse Lu called the families of those people, no one cared about their parents' condition. You can die out there, don't bother my life. That was also when Nurse Lu was discovered by my mother. What the hell are you doing? How dare you hide your resignation from me? Quickly return to the nursing home for me. Nurse Lu made up her mind, so she didn't listen to her mother's words and ran away from her mother, but accidentally at that moment a truck passed by, making a loud noise. Nurse Lu's fresh blood stained the ground red. Her mother looked at her daughter's cold body in disbelief. Why did everything happen like that? Suddenly a mysterious call came to Nurse Vang. I can help bring your daughter back to life. My name is A, that's all you need to know. Then a B-class sealed object in puppet was sent to Nurse Vang, who dripped a drop of blood onto the puppet's face. After dripping blood, suddenly Nurse Lu could no longer move, and her soul entered the doll. This puppet is called a sealed object. It itself is B-level, the user drops blood on it and can sign a contract. Once the contract is signed, the user's soul will merge with the puppet. From there it turns into an A-class sealed object, which after the user signs a contract with it, can be used without worrying about side effects. After becoming an A-class sealed object, if someone else wants to use or take it away, they must play a game with the puppet. If they lose, they will have to become a puppet for the controlling puppet. Now you can control yourself and see how it feels to separate your soul and body, and you can control other people too. Nurse Vang asked the mysterious person named A, then what must I do to revive my daughter, and gave me your daughter's sin and bat too. I will seal her soul into another puppet, and then you prepare a new body for her. Wait for the puppet containing her soul to arrive, let her soul merge with that body, or let her become a sealed object like you. As for how to get a new body, she figured it out herself, but the soul and body don't belong to the same person, so it's not necessarily compatible. You need to prepare a little more, so Nurse Vang shouted, then this whole sanatorium will become my daughter's body. That's all that happened at this sanatorium. Thank you both for your help. In the future I will stay here to take care of my mother and the elderly here. Nurse Lu pushed the mother into a wheelchair and said, Mom, you've made this place such a mess. From now on, you have to cooperate with me to manage this place better. Don't be like before, you're only doing this for my mother's good. Nurse Lu returned exactly what her mother had said before, returning it exactly as it was. Looking at the scene of mother and son showing off each other like that, Sun Haikin silently lamented, "Human love is truly a scary thing." Of course that's not the case, that's just one of the few exceptions. Lutat's family is extremely united. The accompanying quest is completed, the puppet is delivered to the actual recipient, the current premonition value is 300. Perhaps the real recipient of this mission is the mother after her soul returns to her real body. Receiving the title, Horror Fanatic, explains that the scarier, more terrifying, and more dangerous the person who receives this title will be when faced with emotions, the more excited and fighting power they will be. The more dangerous it is, the more exciting it is. Lutat is quite satisfied with this title, as if it was born for him. Receive accompanying rewards, resurrection cards, effects. At the time of facing death, you can use revival cards to save one's life, only effective for the user. When Lutat pressed the resurrection card, that headache came back to Lutat's body, and part of the forgotten memories began to reappear. Hi, where are you? Your liver is so small, this time you're hiding in the closet, right? Then the closet door where Lutat was trembling and hiding opened, a faceless face spoke, "So it's here, I found you, brother." The scene changes to the hospital where Lutat's sister is being treated. "Mom, I'm here. Go back and rest so I can change shifts. Look at my sister's face in a coma lying on the hospital bed." Lutat couldn't understand what those broken memories were like. What exactly happened? Was that person really his sister? Why couldn't he see her face clearly? What kind of relationship does your sister have with that mysterious person named A? If it's really related to you, then what's the meaning of what you're doing? Suddenly Sun Haikin appeared. "This is your sister, her face also looks a bit like her." That's what Lutat said, that when she pretends to be a girl, she will look like her sister, right? Or should it be like this: "I'm tired of relying on men, so I'll pretend to be a girl after the mission to change the atmosphere"? Lutat didn't really understand. "I thought Nai came here to investigate my sister's situation. Why did she suddenly change the topic to pretending to be a girl? Come on, don't be shy, come here and let me snap my fingers and the outfit will change immediately." So Lutat's clothes were half stripped off when Lutat's mother suddenly returned. "My son forgot to bring his bag home." What caught his mother's eye was the image of Lutat sitting alone on a chair, and she immediately closed the door. "Is it true that my son has been under so much pressure lately? The kind of work that has to go out at night is really not easy, poor son." When my mother left, Nai appeared again and laughed in Lutat's face. "How did my mood improve? Miss Nai is a very wonderful person. I deliberately did that to comfort you." What a strange way to comfort others, unlike anyone from the Sun Haikin location. Lutat sighed. "I had a hunch that I was getting closer and closer to the truth." Suddenly, a strange number called on Lutat's phone. "Are you Lutat? Do you know True Hugh? She's in trouble." Later in the intensive care room, True Hugh's condition was very bad, his vital signs were very weak. "My health situation is extremely bad. Your name is Lutat, my name is Lai Tuesday, people often call me department head." As you probably know, the people who may have come into contact with these packages were previously related to the delivery company. Previously, both True Hugh and I were devastated by the company's mysterious packages, so we worked together to investigate the company and the truth behind these mysterious packages. True Hugh also became a transporter because he wanted to understand the oligarch behind the company. But if a normal person comes into contact with items that possess powers like sealing objects, they will definitely fall into all kinds of dangers, so it's important to prevent any accidents. When she goes on a mission, she only brings a few special sealing objects. The one in the chief's hand is an S-class sealing object, the spirit cat, with the ability, legend says cats have 9 lives. At the moment the person carrying it faces death, this sealed object can give the person carrying it a chance to live again, and can be used a maximum of 9 times. Conditions of use: the user must use it themselves. This S-Class sealed item's ability is quite similar to the resurrection card that Lutat just received in the previous mission. When True Hugh undertakes dangerous missions, she always brings this spirit cat with her. She has used it a total of 8 times. But this time, because the difficulty of the mission was not high, she didn't bring this thing with her. Who would have thought that this time something would actually happen? When I learned that True Hugh had an accident while on duty and was on the verge of death, I suddenly received a phone call. The person on the other end of the line identified himself as A. When I received this phone call, I was extremely confused. But because he said there was a way to save Zhao Zhao's life, he then told me to bring this S-class sealed item to you, Lutat. As soon as the department head finished speaking, a notification was sent to Lutat's phone. The system had issued a new mission to you. S-level package, Spirit Cat, destination, True Hugh's dream, S-level mission, highest level ever. The head of the department gave the item that sealed the Spirit Cat to Lutat and left. Lutat took it and said, "I'm sorry," the department head suddenly turned around and said, "Oh yes, I'm only 37 years old this year. I have a prophecy-type sealed item. Using it helps me gain many benefits. But the price I had to pay was that I turned into this look." It was also at this time that the prophetic seal told me that in the near future, Lutat would suffer a huge injury. Lutat took the Lin Niu sealing object and went to the secretary to check the goods. After checking the sealed object, there were no problems at all. Lutat didn't really understand the requirements of this mission. The destination was inside True Hugh's dream. How could he get there? The secretary said that soon another colleague will be here to explain the situation to you. As expected, this company still has many other people like Lutat and True Hugh. How many people are there in total? The secretary said again, "This mission is extremely dangerous. Do you really have the heart to volunteer to risk a trip for True Hugh?" Lutat wondered, isn't it said that the company's mission cannot be refused? As a newcomer to the company, he can complete many dangerous missions. "I'm really curious about you. I'm just asking for an example. If you were refused, would you be willing to rescue True Hugh?" "If it were me, I wouldn't go. For incompetent employees, the company will prioritize preserving more talented employees." Lutat was angry. What kind of joke are you joking about? It was because he was carrying out the company's duties that True Hugh was injured. Take back what you just said. The secretary is still very stubborn. What I said will not be taken back. Our company needs employees who do not make mistakes, not trash employees. Lutat no longer has enough patience. "We worked hard to complete the mission, but you're here making innuendos or something. Don't think that if you're a woman, I won't hit you. Eat one of my bricks." The secretary looked at the agitated Lutat and sighed. It seemed like he was also an immature person, the two biggest weaknesses of men. The first is beauty. As she spoke, she took off her clothes in front of Lutat, making his face turn red, and he no longer had any fighting spirit. While Lutat was still bleeding from the nose, the secretary kicked Lutat's lower body once, and the second one was here. Lutat understands the prophecy that the department head reminded just now. A huge wound is a reference to this, right? The chicken egg is broken. It's so easy to get caught. You can't make a mistake like that again in the company, you kid. At this moment, Lutat still hasn't recovered from the quail egg in his pants. He can only sit on the ground in pain. "As good as you are, we will meet again, just wait for me." At this time, another person walked in outside the door. It seemed he was Lutat's colleague on this mission, so young, perhaps just the same age as Lutat. As soon as he saw Lutat, he said meaningfully, "Are you Lutat? It doesn't look much like what I was told. Right now your reputation is skyrocketing in the world." Lutat asked Kado in front of him, "Do you know me?" "Of course I know. You are a pervert who likes to pee standing up and specializes in wearing women's clothing to seduce men, right? To complete the mission without any tricks." With the name of a perverted devil, Lutat, with a pale face, silently cursed whoever spread such nonsense rumors. If I knew it, I would dig up his family's 7th-generation grave. Next, discussing this mission. First, regarding the dream, what is your view, Lutat? Lutat's answer is that dreams reflect a person's subconscious. Yes, so do you feel that dreams, or the subconscious world, really exist? Lutat said again, if something exists in our minds, after waking up it will no longer exist. Lutat's words are only true if you are an ordinary person, but in the case of transporters like us, it is not the same. As an example, have you ever been to some places that are unreachable in the real world? Lutat immediately said. In the first mission I went to a place from 20 years ago, but I didn't know if it was reality or an illusion. That's right, it's this: you have wisdom, young man. The human world is usually called the real world, but in our eyes, it is called the outside world. But the worlds we cannot see, cannot touch, other dimensional worlds, such as dreams, the past, hell, heaven, these worlds we call the inner world. That is to say, the essence of this mission is to deliver goods from our world to another world. Some special sealing objects can open a path connecting the outside world and the inside world. We can use these sealed objects to go to those places. I have a sealed object here that can help enter dreams. Dream Spinner, S-Class sealed object, ability, can enter the subconscious world in dreams. Side effect: the user will gradually be unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. It's another S-Class sealing object, the same level as that spirit cat, but Lutat still doesn't know what the side effects of the spirit cat are. This is the S-Class human-shaped sealed object that I Kado carried with me. Surely you also have a sealed object, right? An unimaginable sealing object. Lutat was quite surprised. Could it be that the fact that Sun Hai-kin was next to him was also investigated? The company is truly a crouching tiger, hidden dragon place. So can we complete this mission if we enter True Hugh's subconscious world? Kado shook his head. No, right now True Hugh is about to die. Her dream world is definitely very chaotic right now. Her subconscious is very alert at this time, even more so in the host's dream. The subconscious itself is extremely powerful. Once she detects our intrusion, it is very likely that she will hinder us. The two of us must make True Hugh's subconscious believe that we are part of the dream, then through True Hugh's subconscious go to the deepest place in the dream, find the real True Hugh. Then let her use Spirit Cat, bringing herself back to life. In the meantime, if she suddenly dies, or our mission fails, then you, me and True Hugh will all die together. Lutat now understands that this is the difficult point of this mission. For now, we still don't know the side effects of the S-Class Lingmia sealing object. True Hugh's subconscious world is extremely chaotic and dangerous, but also comes with excitement. Suddenly Lutat showed an extremely puzzled expression. Then in the dream world, we have to rely on Big Brother Kado to take care of this younger brother. Kado asked Lutat, "What is that look on your face? And who told you I would go with you? I will only help you open the way to your dream. This is your mission." Lutat was stunned, thinking that Big Brother Kado was going to help this new soldier brother. "This move of yours is useless against me, but who am I, Kado?" Besides being interested in intelligence, he also enjoying art. As a person, I am extremely sympathetic to people who have the ability to evaluate art. Right now I have a work of art inside me. If you can tell its origin, I won't hesitate to go with you. Like this, Lutat, do you want to try it once? Lutat didn't know what this guy Kado was planning to do. He was a newbie, obviously didn't know too much about the other blessings. He's obviously making it difficult. Then I saw Kado take out an item from his pocket with a picture of a girl printed on it. Lutat was amazed. Isn't this the most complete collection of Saint Magia Osawa? Kado stood up. Do you know too? Correct answer. High mountains and long rivers meet his soulmate. He turns out to also be an art lover. As soon as we met, we were like brothers and sisters. From now on, you and I are brothers from different fathers and different mothers. Lutat wondered, but isn't it just a porn movie that every guy watches? Kado said, what do you know? Who said you're just a movie? Yesterday I even met that female star. That's not right, it seems like I met you in a dream. But I remember it was in reality, right? Speaking of this, I don't know if it's a dream or real. It seems this Kado has suffered side effects from using an S-Class sealing object over 180. While Kado was still contemplating, suddenly a brick fell on his head. Hey, what's going on? Why do I suddenly don't want to do anything anymore? Again, why do I have to risk my life like this? There is nothing difficult in this world. Just give up and the difficulty will be gone. Wait a minute, what's with this feeling of loss? Is this reality? Lutat stood in front of Kado and asked. Enough playing around, are you awake now? Are you sure you want to do the mission with me? Kado answered loudly. Of course I will go with you. You are my brother from another father and another mother. Lutat just wanted to try and explore a bit. But I didn't expect that the side effects between the sealed objects could cancel each other out. Kado said again, since I came into contact with this delivery company and the sealed objects, despite having extraordinary power. But in return, you always have to face unimaginable side effects and the risk of losing your life. Today's True Hugh incident may perhaps be the result for us tomorrow. If we can't know life or death clearly, then it's better to try to do something useful. After coming to a decision, the secretary announced that the things that need to be paid attention to in the S-rank Lin Mu mission are as follows. Actually, in total there is only one thing to remind. It's a miracle that a cat has 9 lives. So what if a cat has 9 tails? This hidden reminder from the secretary made Lutat ponder, 9-fate cat, 9-tailed cat, could this be related to the side effects of this thing? Later, Lutat and Kado sneaked into the hospital as stealthily as 2 thieves. After successfully breaking into True Hugh's hospital room, Kado told Lutat to do everything quietly from now on, to avoid alarming True Hugh and the doctors here. As soon as Kado finished speaking, Lutat's phone rang as if he had never heard it before. What time did he call Lutat at 3 in the morning? It turned out that the caller was named Director Vang. Tu Lu, I heard that Tu True was in trouble. I'm very worried. Besides, I remind you of one more thing. The hidden object Lin knew is not simple. Maybe it will cause big trouble for completing your mission. But this bastard director was halfway through speaking when he heard a squeaky voice interjecting, Mr. Fatbong, hurry up and drink, stop talking, come with me. Lutat was so angry, he kept talking half-heartedly, we were here risking our lives on duty, and he was going to karaoke to hug his sisters, life was truly unfair. Okay, now I will start spinning the spinner, until then we can just stare at the spinner, for a moment we can enter the dream. Just like that, Lutat stared intently at Kado's spinning top. After a few seconds, Lutat indeed found himself transported to another space. Here the sky is red, countless trees are scattered like an abandoned forest. Kado nearby said, this is the dream world of the summoner who is on the verge of death. You quickly look over there, where Kado only has countless strange monsters like dragons and snakes. There are all kinds of dark monsters, these monsters represent negative elements such as fear and death. Lutat also recognized that this place was the school of him and his seniors. This place is a summoner's dream, so it's not too strange for a school to appear. Kado said, let's go, let's find the subconscious of the summon first, be careful not to let those monsters discover us. Before leaving, Lutat activated the horror fanatic skill at 10%, so let's go, senior. I'm afraid that if I look at these monsters for too long, I won't be able to control the excitement in my body. S-rank mission, Spirit Cat, address, deepest place in the summoner's dream, time 6 o'clock, mission officially begins. There is not a single person inside this school space, the desks and chairs in the classroom are also deserted. After walking a little further, Lutat heard the sounds of studying. It seems like students have begun to appear. But these students are not students like the real world, but they are strange black blobs. Suddenly the black spot in front of Lutat transformed into the form of Lutat's younger sister. Brother, come here and read a book with me. When Lutat still didn't understand what was going on, Kado turned around and said, run away, the dream world and reality are very different, thoughts. Your inner feelings will be concretized inside here. Currently, the biggest fear in his heart has merged with the monsters in True Hugh's dream. The stronger this negative emotion, the stronger the monster, the more we can be swallowed by her. But Kado ran a little further and saw another black shadow appear in front of him. It was bad, his negative emotions had also leaked out. Negative feelings that Kado as a cosplay maid. Father Lutat asked Kado, what exactly was in your head that made a maid like this come up? Kado's face was full of sweat and he quickly said, the important thing right now is still finding True Hugh, let's forget about other things for now. At this time, True Hugh, the owner of this dream, was on the rooftop of the school, confronting the giant python monster head-on. Every time I kill it, it revives again. I've obviously killed it countless times, but the result is still the same, but no matter what, I won't give up. A blade in True Hugh's hand cuts the python into dozens of pieces, and when he cooks it, it's perfect. When a piece of the python's body fell from above, Lutat and Kado also broke the window and rushed straight outside. Kado took out a sealed object called a B-level childhood paper airplane for him. If he put it in, his ability would increase and he could use it to wait for him. As a side effect, while using this paper airplane, the user must sing a certain song. So Lutat and Kado rode on paper airplanes and flew straight to the school's rooftop, but this Kado also sang so poorly, he sang like a cow. Time goes back 5 minutes before, when Lutat and Kado were surrounded by two negative emotions. Lutat rushed forward and cut this thing's body in half, but very quickly it returned as if nothing had happened. They are created by our inner negative emotions combined with True Hugh's fear. As long as we still have fear inside, we cannot kill this thing. If you've already killed someone, why are you still there? Because of the ship's policy, Lutat held Kado's hand and ran straight towards the glass window to run. But when they ran to the iron, the glass door turned into a wall. Behind her, No-Face's younger sister and the little maid were already chasing after him. After that, the two decided to smash the wall and rush out and call the plane out. While flying on the plane, the body of a giant python struck down from above. Before it fell on Lutat and two people, True Hugh appeared and once again cut the python's body into dozens of pieces. True Hugh looked at the two people in front of him and quickly asked, "Lutat, Kado, why are you two here?" "I'm on a mission." The two people Lutat have to cast spells on True Hugh. This is a crowded mission. They are here to support True Hugh. But True Hugh had the feeling that the two people in front of him were lying. Their vigilance was indeed as rumored, extremely high. It seems that True Hugh's subconscious always thinks that this place is the real world, and she herself is on a mission. Right now she is extremely strong. If her lie is discovered, then Lutat and Kado will be ruined. Kado casts spells with True Hugh. "We are currently trapped in this place by a sealed object." No wonder True Hugh always felt like he kept killing the monster, but it died, but it turned out to be trapped by a sealed object. Now the three of us must join forces to escape this place. You are the one who has been here the longest. Do you have any clues, True Hugh? Clues? Just thinking about this, True Hugh's head suddenly hurt the most. In my head there is a classroom door. But I don't know if that is the way out or not. Lutat thought to himself that the exit must be the entrance to the deepest place in the dream. No wonder Kado said before that he had to find True Hugh first. This guy really knows how to deceive people, but can you believe this lie? True Hugh's goal has been found. The monsters that were chasing them earlier didn't do anything anymore. It seems they can't get out. No-Face's younger sister stood high above and spoke to Lutat. "I won't let you find that classroom. I will tear you apart." Lutat did not expect that this group even knew that their goal was to find the door. "I just heard from Len." Or knew from the beginning. Or maybe they also know the location of the classroom we're looking for. If so, they really have no chance of winning. Lutat didn't know if he should tell these two people about the current situation. At this time, Kado and True Hugh were still exchanging enthusiastically. "There are monsters inside. How to find a way out before the monsters is a problem." True Hugh replied. "Trying inside is quite difficult. If you want to go in, you have to hurry. Although it will be a while before the giant monsters outside come to life. But as long as it doesn't alarm them, it'll be fine. But huge monsters are always gnawing at this place. Once the button is bitten, it will turn into one of them. Based on the intelligence you just provided." Lutat immediately went to a hidden corner and called out Sun Hai-kin. "I have something I want to ask you." After talking for a while with Sun Hai-kin, Lutat spoke up. "You too, I roughly understand the rules of this world. Maybe I've figured out a way to deal with them already. So now it's time for us to counterattack. The time to complete the copy has now passed 1 hour. 5 hours left. Kado followed Lu Tat's arrangement and went to the door of a room. Just as he was about to open the door to this room, the maid appeared next to him. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Kado could only run towards the hallway. Then he continued to call out a paper plane to run away. At this point, the maid can no longer chase. It's exactly what Lu Tat said. They cannot leave this building. Kado then recounted the situation to Lu Tat. Although the phone has no signal here, but they can still communicate with each other through the transportation app. Next, it was True Hugh's turn. When she was about to open the door, it was like Kado being chased by the maid and stopped endlessly. While that thing was chasing True Hugh, Kado turned back and hid in a certain room. Whenever those monsters chased after them, Kado's group of people would run outside. Based on this rotation strategy, they were able to check all the rooms in this classroom building. But from beginning to end, only the maid chased after her. There's another one that hasn't appeared yet. This way we can verify another of their conjectures. The other classrooms have all been checked. Looks like the room we're looking for is on the other side. But True Hugh has now run to the dead-end area. Right behind is the maid monster. Suddenly Kado appeared. We have searched all the other rooms. It must be this room, right? I'll open the door. But behind Kado, the remaining monster from the beginning was nowhere to be seen. Surprise appeared again at this time. It seemed like this little sister monster knew that Lu Tat and his group would come looking for her. So she chose to stay here to hug the tree and wait for the rabbit. But behind him, the monster Lu Tat's sister suddenly appeared. It's like playing a game of mantis catching cicadas. Sparrows stand waiting behind. You're always waiting in here, right? I had her prediction about what I would predict. This part is as confused as an owl, isn't it? It seems that from the beginning, Vo Face's sister's goal was always Lu Tat. So when she saw him, she immediately chased after him. If so, let's change to another place to fight. When he saw that the monster had gone away, the maid monster would now have to fight True Hugh and Kado one-on-one. So it decided to quickly deal with one person first. And the chosen one is True Hugh. The monster flew straight towards True Hugh. With a whooshing sound, its black shadow flew straight over True Hugh's body. So one name has been resolved. Suddenly Kado took out another sealed object and spoke. End of the movie here. What was in Kado's hand was a film cutting board. Great as sealed object, ability, can make the opponent fall into an illusion for 1 second. People falling into hallucinations will think that the time of the hallucination is real, even though it's fictional. But it is possible to cheat the one-time rule. With sealed objects, it is extremely effective. For example, it is possible to make the sealed object have all the conditions and abilities to activate in an illusion. But that's just an illusion. The ability that has been activated has never actually occurred. Side effects: during use will turn into a blonde lover. Has a hobby of peeping, likes horror, terror. Hobbies will gradually metamorphose like a famous director. Which also means what the blonde maid was thinking just now. It seemed like True Hugh's attack on them was just an illusion, she thought to herself. But now she realized it was too late. True Hugh threw a punch straight at the maid's face. Although this blow is very strong. But that is also useless. The maid cannot be killed. But things don't stop there. Suddenly True Hugh shouted, "I'm here, come here quickly." Suddenly from outside the window, the giant python revived. It stuck its head in and took a bite, swallowing the maid whole into its mouth. So their entire plan was successful. Meanwhile, at Liao Tat's side, he lured the monster sister No Face up to the rooftop. "What's wrong, brother?" This time, he was at his wit's end. Lu Tat did not turn around but said a few incomprehensible words. It's true that she's at the end of her rope. Because right now behind No Face's sister, a giant dragon was staring at her. But suddenly, the giant snake that had just bitten the yellow hair knot into its stomach suddenly changed. Its body transformed back into a giant blonde maid. Ha, after fusing, I have become stronger. She, with her giant form, punched a powerful blow straight into the school. But even though she is so big and has increased strength, she cannot punch and break the field. Kado laughed happily. Great, the plan has worked. Time goes back a while. Before these things happened, Lutat told True Hugh and Kado that they had a perfect plan to deal with these monsters. First, we must understand what their true purpose is. Their target is us. So why don't they come out here to attack? It shows that they can't get out, or maybe it's due to other concerns. To put it simply, they either can't go out, or else they're afraid of the big monsters outside. There is another possibility: they know what we are looking for, so they are protecting that classroom in case we find it, and then slowly deal with us. Kado asked, do you mean they already know our purpose? These monsters can't be that smart, right? Lutat denied again. The possibility that they already knew was very high, but they and the monsters outside were the same. They would be swallowed up or merged. This point could be certain. Let's assume the monsters have all three of the above reasons. If you two were them, everyone would think of a way to prevent me from finding the door. So what's the best way? Because the numbers on both sides are different, and their target is us, the best way is to hug the tree and wait for the rabbit, or one person will harass us, and the other person will stay at the door. So if our assumption is correct, then when entering this building, both monsters will not appear at the same time. This still needs us to verify. If this hypothesis is correct, we will increase our security, thereby being able to defeat them. Kado still doesn't quite understand how to defeat them, but they are creatures that kill without control. Lutat shook his head. I didn't say I was the one who killed them. If those monsters can't get out, then let's help them out so they can get out. Lure them outside, then leave the rest to the giant monsters outside to handle, after they fuse with those giant monsters. Surely they couldn't enter the building anymore. That was all Lutat's calculations. The blonde maid was trapped just like Lutat's calculations. But this no-face sister monster is different. Do you think I didn't know you were deliberately luring me up here? What Lutat didn't expect was that she only extended one arm, but could directly absorb the giant dragon behind her. Why are Lutat's negative emotions so much stronger than Kado's? Lutat tried to rush to stop him, but Voface's sister easily beat Lutat to the ground and landed in the fields. After only a few blows, Lutat was now lying on the ground, blood flowing everywhere, without any strength to resist. Cold, scared, trembling, is this the feeling of death? It seemed like Lutat was in despair because he was facing death. But no, he smiled again. This feeling was too exciting. The horror freak skill activated at 20%. Lutat sat up and said to his sister Voface, "What's wrong? Keep hitting me, I can take it, don't shake your hands like that." The beauty is right, but the strength is still a bit weak. How can a villain like this be able to be a villain? Go ahead, no need to worry, abuse me, make me feel shaky, scared, make me even more excited. Be stronger, be more perverted. At this point, Lutat's horror frenzy skill has been activated to its maximum 100%. Voface's younger sister was stunned by Lutat's dramatic change at this moment. Just now, he did it on purpose, right, on purpose to be beaten so he could activate the skill. Lutat didn't say much anymore. If you don't take the initiative, let me. When No Face's sister was about to counterattack, suddenly her entire body was held tightly by a black shadow, unable to move. Immediately after that, Lutat pierced Voface's sister's body, but the wound that Lutat created quickly returned. If you think that simply like that you can kill me, then you are very wrong, Lutat replied to her. It's true that I and my shadow can't do anything to you, but what if it was your shadow? I only saw that at this moment, behind No Face's sister, there was another No Face girl standing right next to her. She was immediately blocked by the dazzling shadow and couldn't move. Lutat did not expect that he had cut off the shadow of No Face's sister for so long, but he could not replace his true self. It seems that negative emotions are not like humans. Even though No Face's sister was blinded on the ground, she still wasn't afraid. So what are you going to do to me now? You can't kill me? I'm not saying I want to kill you, I just want to kill the fear inside your body. It turns out that before, when Lutat called out Sun Hai Kin, the question he asked Nai Nai was whether there was a way to really kill those negative emotions. Nai Nai replied, "Your friend is about to die, all fears when facing death are objective existence. If you just rely on entering the dream, you cannot kill it. But that thing is a combination of the fear in the person's heart combined with the girl's mood of facing death. She may not be able to do it, but if she was human, she could. In fact, the dream world itself already has a certain subjective nature, and the only person who wants to overcome the fear in your heart is yourself. Simply put, the person who is not afraid of the other thing will no longer be able to exist. It is also about conquering the secret fear in your heart. It sounds simple, but in reality it is not simple at all. For example, people who are afraid of being injected can never stop being afraid for the rest of their lives. As soon as they look at it, they feel scared. Normally, when we talk about overcoming fear in our hearts, it is a very abstract and subjective thing. Because the fear in the heart is something that cannot be seen or feared, but if it is in a dream, everything is concretized. So we can use the simplest and most brutal, superphysical method for that secret fear. Returning to the present, Lutat told his sister Vo Face, "Killing without control is only part of death, not my fear. Fear appears because we ourselves are afraid, right? So do you think I will still be afraid of you next time?" No Face's sister is still very stubborn. "Brother, are you planning on killing your sister? How can you do that? Don't you have any confidence? I'm your sister." Lutat laughed like a true madman. "You're right, how could I do that to you? Or slowly torment her, making her life worse than death? I am also not a bodhisattva or an online Buddha." With a bang, after Lutat's hand fell down, the secret fear in Lutat's heart about his sister Vo Face's name also completely disappeared. It was finally resolved, but Lutat had exhausted all his strength because he controlled two shadows at the same time. Not to mention that this horrifying maniac skill is even more perverted, it is truly a skill that kills the enemy once and kills himself 10. While Lutat was lying motionless on the rooftop, countless giant monsters were trying to devour him. But Sun Hai Kin Nai Nai can easily snap his fingers. One of them immediately crumbled to pieces. "If you don't want to die, go away quickly, otherwise don't blame her for being evil." Lutat lay on the ground, looking at the scene before him, and could only silently lament, "I had fought hard in a battle of life and death. The result is not as good as Nai Nai's shout." Seeing Lutat's current tragic state, Nai Nai of course couldn't let him die. Anyway, they still have a contract. Lutat also has to help Sun Hai Kin regain his lost memories. Sun Hai Kin immediately kissed. The phoenix quickly appeared. Above Nai Nai's head immediately appeared an extremely majestic red phoenix. The red feathers of the phoenix fell countlessly. When he touched Lutat's body, the wound immediately healed completely. Effective immediately. Lutat sighed again. "If I had known that earlier, I would have asked Nai Nai to take action, so why would I have to fight for life or death?" Nai Nai crossed her head. "Right now your premonition value is too low, not enough for me to survive in a fighting state for a long time. Moreover, you have spent too much energy just now, and I can't help you anymore. I can only rely on myself to complete the task." As soon as Lutat nodded, Sun Hai Kin immediately disappeared, and at the same time, two Kado people also ran to the rooftop to check on Lutat's situation. Thanks to Sun Hai Kin's treatment, Lutat did not have any injuries at all. He told Kado and True Hugh, "Let's go to that room quickly." While the three were walking, the giant python once again stopped them. Now it was able to destroy the school wall. Why is it like that? Shouldn't they be able to attack in a school? This probably proves that death and fear in this dream are getting stronger. That is to say, True Hugh in the real world is getting closer and closer to heaven and earth. Suddenly True Hugh spoke up, "I will be here to stop this monster, you two quickly leave here. In the last mission, Lutat, you took my performance, this time it's my turn, don't compete with me anymore." Although I don't know why the two of them lied to me, I believe that they did not harm me. It turned out that True Hugh had long known that the two of them had lied to her. Kado behind him also told Lutat, "Don't hesitate anymore, as long as we complete the mission, we can all survive." Before leaving, Lutat shouted to True Hugh, "Sister, try your best, we will definitely come back to save you." Lutat and Kado ran straight to the classroom where the monsters had tried their best to stop them. But when I pushed open the door and took a look, it was just an ordinary classroom, nothing special at all. But after both people stepped inside, this room began to change. The entire classroom space seemed to become a mixed grease, engulfing the two of Lutat and the surrounding tables and chairs inside. When Lutat opened his eyes again, he could no longer see Kado. The place in front of him had completely changed. What place is this? The system prompts that the Spirit Cat mission has been completed, because this is an S-rank mission. Please complete the attached task. Find the true entrance deep in the dream of understanding. The remaining time of the mission is 3 hours. This place is probably the place deep inside the second-year-old's dream. So where is Kado? Was he teleported to another place? In front of Lutat, 4 doors appeared. There was only one door with a safe exit sign, so Lutat decided to follow the sign. In front of the door this way there is a jar hanging outside the door. Above are the words, "A complete collection of black and white cats, husband and wife harmony, can't you enter this door?" Do white cats and black cats and the Nine Fates cat have anything to do with each other? Do I have to go through 3 other doors to find a white cat and a black cat, put it in this jar, and then be able to enter this room? Having no choice, Lutat had no choice but to turn around and take a look at the remaining rooms. This room is filled with children's scribbles. The second room Lutat went to check was completely normal, there was nothing. The third room Lutat went to had a lot of blood stains. Check out the door filled with children's scribbles first to see what's there, but when Lutat turns the door handle, he realizes that the door cannot be opened. While Lutat was thinking about how to open this door, there was a clicking sound. The door slowly opened automatically in front of Lutat. Inside there was a strange creature speaking, "Husband, are you home already? Come in and eat." Lutat suddenly felt very excited. This thing still wants to play family love games with me? Okay, I also really like games like this. As soon as he entered, Lutat's eyes caught a photo of True Hugh and his family. It seemed that this was his senior's house deep in the dream. Maybe I will play True Hugh's father in this dream, right? In the senior's hand is a cat, but this fat cat seems to be a different breed of cat, not a white cat or a black cat. The other girl saw Lutat standing still looking at the photo, so she told him, "Husband, what are you doing standing there? Come over and eat." Going a little further, Lutat saw a woman bowing her head to the ground and saying, "Your son has come home." Hugh also said he wanted to go to school to find him. According to this mother's words, perhaps True Hugh's father was a teacher at their school. Perhaps this is also the reason why the school appeared in True Hugh's dream. The mother continued to say that women should help their husbands teach their children, give birth to children, and not go out to work all day. You two should quickly give me another grandson, I want to have a grandchild. Hearing that, Lutat silently cursed, "What a conservative old woman. What era is it now that we still have this old way of thinking? Fortunately, I am a young man of the new age and do not know what fear is." The other wife had already finished cooking, but who would have thought that the meal this wife cooked for Lutat would be a table full of money from the underworld? I also want Lutat to eat it all quickly. The slap in the face really came quickly. As soon as Lutat finished crowing, he really knew what he was afraid of. The mother suddenly revealed her true nature. She only had a human head, but her neck was dozens of meters long. "What's wrong, son? Don't eat quickly, our family is very poor, we only have money left to eat." Lutat thought to himself, did he really expect me to eat this? I have to quickly think of a reason to cast the spell. Suddenly Kado suddenly appeared, he opened the door and looked at Lutat. Then, pretending to be a cat, the mother scolded her. As soon as this cat came home, she hid in the room and refused to come out. It turned out that Kado was hiding here and they considered him a cat. Kado didn't understand why. As soon as he came here, they considered him a cat. Lutat thought of a way to solve it. He put the tray full of hell money in his hand and said, "The kitten is hungry, I'll bring food inside for the kitten to eat with." Thanks to that, Lutat was able to escape for a while, and was almost forced to pay for this Joss paper money. Kado said, "I came here a moment before you, and discovered that the other two people never entered this room. But in return, I can't check other places, besides the other two things, it's very inconvenient. They have two people, so we have to quickly think of a way." According to Lutat, the daughter-in-law's intentions don't seem to be very high, perhaps this is a breakthrough. This Kado has a better idea. "After all, Lutat, you're already called a husband, so you should sacrifice a little and use the next handsome guy." Lutat quickly shook his head. "This is a normal family movie, there is number 18 plus factor here." As soon as Lutat finished speaking, his wife knocked on the door and called out, "Husband. My mother-in-law also said it just now, she wants to have her grandchild, so maybe we should go to bed tonight." Lutat listened but didn't know how to answer. It was true that as soon as he crowed, retribution would come. "What's wrong, husband? Is it because I'm not sexy enough, or is it because you have some other problem?" Lutat quickly said, "How is this possible, my wife? I only love you, but I'm not in a good mood right now, please wait for me a bit." As he spoke, Lutat closed the door. His wife outside kept knocking. "Hey man, you have the ability to go out and play with girls, but at home you don't dare to play with me. If you have the ability, then you open the door and let me go take a look." Seeing the scene of Lutat being forced by a demon to go to bed with him, Kado was so happy, he couldn't close his mouth from laughing. Lutat decided to search this room. The other two people did not dare to enter this room. So it proves that there is something in here that makes them afraid. So both Lutat and Kado took turns searching every corner of this room. But Lutat has already searched the whole room and still can't find anything special. Could it be that he guessed wrong? But when Lutat was feeling discouraged, Kado said he found something under the bed. The wife outside kept banging on the door. "Hey man, please open the door and talk to me." But suddenly Lutat no longer ran away, he proactively told his wife to go into the next room to solve the problem. As soon as she got inside, the wife immediately closed the door, then she lay down straight in front of Lutat and said, "Husband, you know what to do, right?" Suddenly running in front of someone and saying that, of course he wanted to be kicked, right, so Lutat kicked his half-hearted wife repeatedly in the face. "Husband, why are you so violent in your family?" Right after that, this wife knew how to separate herself. She transformed into a wife who surrounded Lutat every year, constantly calling out, "Husband. Husband," Lutat suddenly said, "with so many wives, do you want to open a harem for me, a harem?" "I'm so sorry for offending you just now, let me make it up to you." "Come here, let's have a little fun," Lutat said while taking out a lighter. As soon as he saw this lighter, his wife immediately became extremely scared. Why did he take out what was inside? Before his wife finished speaking, Lutat threw the lighter straight at her. Immediately the tiny flame of the lighter flared up like a fish in water. The wife was engulfed in a sea of fire, her mouth kept talking, "Your cowardly guy finally did something." Her words made Lutat feel like she was scolding her husband. What exactly happened at True Hugh's house? After the fire completely burned the wife, underneath the ground suddenly appeared a keychain hanging with a picture of a black cat, a white cat and a black cat, as the jar said. It turns out that this is a reference. The deepest part of this dream still has many doubts, but Lutat's priority right now is to find the white cat. As soon as Lutat walked out of the room, his mother asked him, "Has my son given me grandchildren yet?" Lutat didn't say much and immediately took out the lighter. "You also want to find some stimulation, right? Let me help you." Later, Lutat went back to the room where he found the lighter. Kado said, "Finally the other two things are taken care of, let's go to another room, find the white cat and we're done." But Lutat's face was still very thoughtful. "I felt like this time it was too easy." Kado took out a notebook to take notes. As expected, Lutat is a pervert, with easy tasks but also questionable, always wanting others to admire and treat him. Lutat pointed at Kado. "Are you a dom? Why do you have everything in your pocket? How many sealed objects do you carry with you?" The remaining time to complete the accompanying quest was now only 2 hours, meaning an hour had already passed. There wasn't too much time left, so Lutat decided to go into this room without thinking. Inside there is still a wife waiting for Lu Tat to return. Husband, are you home? Perhaps this is True Hugh's mother. What else is hidden in this seemingly normal room? Seeing Lu Tat and Kado behind, the wife said, "This is the divorce lawyer you invited to work, right? Both of you should go home quickly." So in this room, Kado, who plays the role of a lawyer, is no longer a cat like in the previous room. Lu Tat wondered if the first room was a paper person, the second room was a real person, and what events these four rooms symbolized. In this room there was also an ordinary mother waiting for Lu Tat to return. The wife said, "Since there are already enough people, then let's discuss who Hugh will follow in the future." The mother said, "There's no need to say that. Hugh is my family's blood. What right does an outsider like you have here to ask to raise my child?" The wife said again, "What era is it that you still say these things? I can give Hugh better living conditions." The mother scolded again. Did she have the face to say that, a woman crawling out on the street every day? Even if your ability to work well is of no use, do you know that the neighbors laugh in our family's face? Women should continue their family line, even if they cannot give birth to a son, they still have the dignity to grow and develop. The wife no longer wanted to argue with this old-fashioned mother-in-law and turned to Lu Tat. "Your mother said some very harsh words, tell her to apologize to me immediately." It turns out that this is True Hugh's original family, the thing that she has always been afraid of. How should I open my mouth? What should I do if they bring out strange things? The wife saw that Lu Tat remained silent and said nothing, and began to change. He started playing the dumb card again, right, every time he only knew how to act like a turtle with its neck withdrawn. There were no witnesses in the family. A guy who only knew how to follow his old-fashioned mother saw that the situation was not good. Lu Tat and Kado immediately turned and ran away from this scary room. Lu Tat realized that time in this room passed much faster. There were only 2 hours left. But just after entering this room for less than 5 minutes, the mission time has been reduced to only 1 hour and 30 minutes. Kado doesn't know what to do now. Two things in this room don't seem to be as easy to trick as in the previous Paperman room. Lu Tat sighed. The only way is to re-enter this room, otherwise we will fail the mission. Once again opening the door and entering this room, everything seemed to return to the beginning. The wife once again asked Lu Tat, "Are you back? Next to you is the divorce lawyer you invited there?" But Lu Tat did not go inside as his wife said, but quickly closed the door. The situation was still unclear, it was better not to go in. If the previous time is immediately reduced by 30 minutes, each time you pass through the door, the mission time will be reduced by 30 minutes. So that means the two of them only have 2 more chances. Kado felt like these rooms wanted them to play Scrabble. If you make a mistake, the game will immediately over. Carefully think back to the room from before. When Lu Tat refused the paperman, she would be angry. But in this room, the tolerance seems to be even lower. In this room, it seems that the mother of understanding is the one in charge of the conversation. We must follow her wishes. Talking must also match her ideas. This is a mission that requires a foul mouth. Lu Tat snorted. He sounded gentle. What if she brought up something as scary as a pile of money from the underworld in the front room and forced me to eat it? Come on, Lu Tat, because to complete the mission you need to make some sacrifices. Again, this isn't a bad thing. Who knows, maybe you'll get to do it once. Anyway, this time it's a real person, not a paper one. Saying this, Kado's face became extremely lewd and despicable. Lu Tat sighed and laughed. Isn't it just mouth muscle activity? Whether it is a blessing or a curse, you have to try it to know. Whatever needs to come will come. Lu Tat's expression when saying this made Kado very worried. This guy seems to have come up with something perverted again. The next scene that took place in front of Lu Tat and Kado was exactly the same as before. It's still the constant quarrel between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law couple. How will Lu Tat respond this time? Lu Tat took a deep breath and began his funeral speech. They are all modern people. How can there be this kind of trashy thinking? Freedom of marriage is the right of every person. We need to respect each individual's choices. Every sentence and every word Lu Tat said was like a bright light. making Kado next to him unable to open his eyes and look straight. The wife seemed quite satisfied with Lu Tat's words. His shrinking turtle finally said a few new words. But unfortunately, it's all too late. What will you say tomorrow? As soon as the wife left, the mother came again. Son, you two absolutely should not divorce. A noble person gave his mother an item. Saying this can bring harmony between husband and wife. As she spoke, the mother took out the white cat keychain. Put this on. As for the black one, give it to your wife and children to wear. That way, you two won't be able to be apart anymore. It turns out that these two keychains are a pair of sealed objects. Black cat, white cat. Abilities and objects sealed in pairs. The person wearing the white cat can make the person wearing the black cat like the person wearing the white cat. As a side effect, the longer the person wearing the black cat owns the black cat, the more he will gradually lose himself, eventually turning into a mindless puppet. Just listen to the words of the person wearing the white cat. Finally, after much hardship, Lucy had both black and white cats in his hands. That is to say what they just went through. These are things that happened to True Hugh's family. The first time they faced a paper man. That's probably what represents death. That is to say, perhaps True Hugh's family members are already dead. The second room is about her parents' divorce. In order to keep True Hugh's parents from divorcing, grandmother used a seal to force the two of them to continue living together. Because she could not stand her husband's extreme obedience to his mother, the wife chose to divorce. Unexpectedly, in the end, the victim was True Hugh's mother. This family is too strange. An incompetent and voiceless father, combined with an old-fashioned and backward grandmother, leads to the scene of a family falling into tragedy. Surely True Hugh's heart hoped that her parents could oppose her grandmother's old-fashioned ways, help her mother, or at least listen to her mother's words. Next, we just need to follow this train of thought. Surely you can pass the mission smoothly. It's true that the current mission needs to follow this way of thinking. But Lu Tat felt like everything was going so well. Have we ever missed something? What happened to True Hugh's family later? Why did the whole family die? I just hope it's because Lu Tat thinks too much. To know the real answer to this question, perhaps opening the door to the room with the jar in front will immediately make it clear. Lu Tat walked over and dropped the black cat and white cat sealing objects into the jar, and immediately the room door automatically opened in front of them both. Lu Tat and Kado gingerly opened the door a crack and looked in. Just as they were about to step in, they smelled a very strong smell. It seemed like the smell of gas. Kado saw his wife lying unconscious on the ground. In a dangerous situation like this, perhaps saving people is the best choice, right? But when she saw Lu Tat and Kado appear, the wife suddenly pulled out a lighter in her hand. Are you here? Let's go together. With a bang, a huge explosion suddenly appeared. The aftershock caused both Lu Tat and Kado to shoot far away. At the same time, a notification from the system was also sent to them, warning them that the mission had failed. After the explosion passed, a nine-tailed cat with a bound golden body appeared. Your mission has failed, so I activated my ability. Lu Tat, with his seriously injured body lying on the ground, asked Lin Mu, everything that happened was done by your ghost, right, the S-class sealed object, the Nine Fates cat. Lu Tat remembered his boss's advice at that time. The item that sealed the spirit cat was not simple, it would probably cause great trouble for his mission, from the moment the mission began. The boss and the secretary both told me the news about your S-class spirit cat seal item. I've been wondering what your side effects are. The secretary had previously suggested. It's a miracle that a cat has 9 lives, so what about 9 tails? The 9-tailed cat originates from a story. Once there was a cat who tried to cultivate 8 tails. One day, a fairy told him, as long as it can cultivate the 9th tail, it will be able to become a fairy. The method to get 9 tails is to fulfill other people's wishes. But the exciting thing is, once the cat fulfills a wish for someone else, it will lose another tail. If this continues, it will never be able to have a 9th tail. Until one day the cat met a boy. The boy gave the cat the 9th tail, because the other boy's wish was for the cat to have 9 tails. If we were to identify the cat in that story with you, then the mechanism of the item that sealed the 9 fates cat was probably to give someone one life at a time. Then you will have an extra tail. But when it comes to the 8th tail, each time you use your ability, you gain an additional tail. But when completed, he lost 1 tail, meaning that it was almost impossible for him to get the 9th tail. Because he is not a praying machine, he only has 1 ability, but he longs for a 9th tail. The only method is to use all its abilities to make the owner die. Only then will you have the opportunity to realize your goals. That is to say, the more people who have died, it's more beneficial for you. So maybe his side effect is to increase the death rate of the owner. The number of revival times for each owner is probably 9 times. I guess perhaps the increase in mortality falls within 2 categories of possibilities. One is that the more times the owner revives, the higher the death rate. Or it depends on your tail number. The more tails you have, the higher your death rate, or as long as your number of tails reaches 8. The end of his owner is definitely death. Surely the owners must have kept him with them for a certain period of time before side effects could occur. I feel like you're the kind of thing that's going to be sealed later because I feel like our mortality rate has been affected by you. That cat listened to Lutat speak for a while, then still stood there with his arms crossed. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, why don't you continue talking? That is to say, after we started the mission, the outcome was already decided. You will use dream influence to lead us to death, right? Since we entered the dream, you deliberately led us to listen to the stories of True Hugh's family, following her mother's wishes, making us think it was a success. Until she reached the last room and saw her mother lying unconscious. At this time, people's instinct to save people was awakened. It was an unconscious choice, but True Hugh's mother was a woman with an extremely strong sense of independence and self-control. Because of the influence of the sealing object, she gradually lost her consciousness. For her, life is worse than death. In the end, she came to the choice of dying with us. We all wanted to go save her, but for her, death was a liberation. Our correct choice should not have been to save people. But these rooms kept distracting us. This is also because you deliberately seduced everything, right? The cat showed his innocence and said, "It's also possible that the system's mission is to deceive you. Why do you keep saying it's my cat's fault?" Lutat said again, "Except for hints like black cats and white cats, the cat that True Hugh raised, he still had a very clear loophole. It doesn't take long for me to be on duty. Having encountered all kinds of sealed objects, they played with me in all kinds of ways, bewitched me, and wanted to kill me and abuse me at the slightest word. But an S-class sealing object like you doesn't do anything. Just stay still in my backpack, take a look at yourself, you are too good to me, if things are too unusual, there will be ghosts." "Surely you have a problem," the cat cursed Lutat, "are you sick? So what, in the end, didn't you still make the choice to save people?" "That's right, if I choose not to save, it's too risky. If I choose wrong, it will be ruined and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But children have to make choices, I'm an adult so I'll choose both." Suddenly, Kado seemed to have fainted for a long time. He stood up again, holding the object that sealed the film cutting board. Both he and Lutat smiled and said, "The trick was officially successful." Taking advantage of this film cutting board seal to see the outcome of saving people, the two of us chose not to save, but instead lied to you, and also lied to the rules. The cat looked at Lutat two people suspiciously. "Was what I just saw in front of me just an illusion?" Lutat said again, "His 9th tail only grows when he uses his ability. After saving someone's life, it will disappear, and the cutout may make you think I'm dead, activating my ability, but in reality I'm not dead. So you can't bring me back to life, just now you used your power to save people. But in reality he doesn't have one, so now he must have a 9th tail." Everything was exactly as Lutat said. At this moment, behind Lin Mu's body, the 9th tail had indeed grown as it wished. The abilities and side effects of sealed objects are similar, and using them properly can create many interesting things. Previously, Lutat had experimented with different sealing objects, using their abilities and side effects to cancel each other out. For example, when Lu Tat used the brick to remove the side effects of the spinning top item on Kado's body. Kado is very curious. After having all 9 tails as desired, what will the Lin Mu look like? The cat said, I will become an existence that surpasses S rank, the sealed object, the 9 fates cat. Complete form, ability, resurrected from the dead. The moment the holder dies, the ability will be activated. Each holder has a 9-time chance to revive. The side effect of using this sealing object's head for 8 times will continuously increase its tail. Each time the tail increases, the death rate of its holder also increases. By the 8th tail, holding this sealed object for a long time will definitely result in death, because it will change the things the holder experiences, leading the holder to death. What needs to be noted is that, no matter how many times the user changes it, the first 8 times using it are quite safe. Until the 8 tails are obtained, the person holding it will be extremely dangerous. Additional explanation: the 8 tails of the 9 fates cat will increase when using the ability. But the 9th tail only increases while using the ability, and after the person is resurrected, it will disappear, so this sealed object will only have 8 tails for a long time. Because it couldn't find a way to increase its 9th tail, it could only experiment over and over again, looking for someone who could help it get 9 tails. It is said that after it has 9 tails, it will transform into another type of sealed object when no one is around. For now, no one knows its shape. Suddenly, MANHUA stared at Lu Tat and said, on your body there is a sealed object that is even more terrifying than mine. Lu Tat thought to himself that perhaps it was talking about Sun Hai Kin 9i. Your current level is too low, that's all MANHUA can tell you. Quickly go save True Hugh, she is in a room filled with scribbles, that is the deepest place of her true heart. Lu Tat asked MANHUA one last question, was he born from the fire in True Hugh's house? 9 Fate Cat said, different sealed objects have different origins, I was indeed born from that fire. At that time, everyone and the remaining 2 sealed objects were burned to cinders. Perhaps because of a mother's strong will to protect her child, I was born. Lu Tat understood everything, so he went straight to the room with the scribbled pens. Sure enough, True Hugh was actually inside. When True Hugh saw Lu Tat, he immediately said, are you here? I really didn't expect that he could come to this place. Lu Tat took out a sketchbook and said, your sister was missing this, we discovered this under the bed in a room along with a lighter. True Hugh began to recount how her mother's behavior became more and more strange, and she would randomly do things that injured her father and grandmother. Grandma absolutely did not allow her mother to touch things that could cause injury in the house. At that time I didn't know what happened. I heard others say that whatever you think of will come true. So every day I draw pictures of my mother getting better, hoping that she can really return to the way she was before. Until one day suddenly my mother regained consciousness, told me she wanted to play a game with me, she put a lighter in my box. Angry because I couldn't tell anyone, at that time I thought my method had worked and my mother had finally recovered. It wasn't until I left the house that the more I thought about it, the more I felt like something was wrong. By the time I returned home, everything was on fire, it was all my fault, it was all my fault. Lu Tat sighed, so she always thought everything was because of her, in fact, if it weren't for her, things would still happen to them. True Hugh cried even louder, I knew, I just always dreamed of a dream, in my dream I could prevent those tragedies from happening. True Hugh, the past cannot be changed, you should only live for the present and the future. With a wave of Lu Tat's hand, MANHUA ran straight to True Hugh's side, merging into one with her body. A second later, both Lu Tat and Kado returned to the real world, in front of them was the spinning top entering the dream. Kado seal, we have succeeded, in a few days she will wake up. Both Lu Tat and Kado took a breath and sat down on the ground in relief, congratulating you on completing the S-rank quest, current premonition value 1000. The reward for the mission will be delivered soon, pay attention to check and receive the goods, and will soon open the form of accepting free orders. Lu Tat didn't know what this form of accepting applications freely was, so the system sent another notification. Because Courier Lu Tat successfully completed the S-rank mission, gaining one of 26 powers. This power is also your title, the title you achieve is exactly one letter Z. Standing in front of this Z title reward, Lutat wondered if this authority and that person named had any relationship. Lutat turned to ask Kado what the reward he received was there a title, but Kado immediately shook his head and said no. While Lutat was still wondering why this was happening, his mother suddenly called. Lutat, go to the hospital quickly, something happened to your sister. At this time, outside the hospital, countless police cars had appeared at the hospital, perhaps something extremely serious had happened. Lutat arrived and saw a bloody scene, countless patients and nurses were lying motionless in a pool of blood. What happened here? Lutat went into his sister's hospital room. But there's no one here. Suddenly, behind Lutat, a red-haired girl suddenly appeared with a long sword in her hand. She slashed down, but thanks to participating in countless missions, Lutat's reflexes were extremely strong, easily dodging the red hair's dangerous attack. As soon as this girl missed her head, she immediately ran away. Lutat kept chasing after her and asking who she was. Just like that, the two chased each other straight up to the hospital's rooftop. At this point, the red hair stopped running away. She stood still and looked up at the moon above. The high-ranking hunter always appeared in the form of a prey, he couldn't escape. So she deliberately lured Lutat up here so he wouldn't have a way to escape? Before Lutat had time to think too much, the sword in the red-haired hand swung across Lutat's neck. The speed is so fast, it's like she wants Lois so much right now. Just now, Lutat heard the sound of being slashed, but why was there no wound? Next was another scene where Lutat dodged while the red-haired girl slashed continuously, but with too many slashes, Lutat was finally hit. With a loud snap, it was clear that the sword in the red sleeve had slashed Lutat's left arm. But just like last time, it was clear that Lutat had already seen the cut, but his left arm remained intact and unharmed. While Lutat was still bewildered, the red hair rushed forward and put another sword in the middle of Lutat's chest, a fatal slash. Does the story stop here? But Lutat hugged his chest but didn't see any injuries. What the hell is going on? Red hair spoke up, knowing that you were so weak, I used a normal weapon to kill you, I thought it would be difficult to hurt you. The rumor that the more seriously injured Lutat is, the stronger he fights, seems to be just a rumor. I also specially prepared this for you. It turned out that the thing in the red hair's hand was an A-grade sealed object called AI Chiren, the blade of which could not directly hurt others. But after stabbing and injuring another person 3 times, you can control that person's behavior for a certain period of time, and can even make that person commit suicide if desired, as a side effect. Users with extremely low qualities will fall in love with the person being stabbed. This blade is as dangerous as love. Don't use it carelessly if you don't want to get caught in the trap of love. I saw that at this moment Lutat could no longer control his body, his arm was holding the ceiling object, flowing the shadow and stabbing itself towards his body. Lutat struggled to use his left hand to hold his right hand, because today Lutat had used the shadow for more than 5 minutes, so at this time running the shadow could no longer be used to cut the shadow out. If you cut their bodies, you will definitely die. Not to mention, he had just completed the S-rank mission, so Lutat was exhausted at this time. Lutat's premonition value after completing the last mission has reached 1000 points, the Sun Haikin 9 star has not appeared yet. The red-haired girl smiled and said, well, just like that, you just slowly wait for yourself to be killed by yourself. But at the most unexpected moment, suddenly Boss Von Fat appeared. Hey girl, what are you trying to do? Can you spare my employee? The boss's appearance made Lutat extremely surprised, because he never thought this businessman would come to save him. Lu, I told you before, I will always be with you, don't think I only know how to go out with girls. The girl asked, old man, who are you? Why should I forgive him like you said? But the red shirt secretly thought, this guy appeared behind me without my knowledge, definitely not ordinary. Me, I'm just the boss of a fast broadcasting system, I wonder if this beautiful girl can respect me or not. Red hair asked, what if I say no? The boss heard that and sighed softly, is that so? Suddenly the transmission line in the boss's hand glowed strangely. Suddenly in front of the red hair appeared countless extremely scary giant Vajra Arhats, so I wonder if these things can make you listen to me? But that huge thing only appeared briefly for a few seconds and then disappeared again. The red shirt thought he had just had a hallucination. But it's clear that this fat man in front of him has an extremely terrifying sealed object. The red hair was immediately scared, so she left here, not forgetting to leave a sentence, "I will come back." As soon as she left, Lu Tat was also freed from control. "Tu Lu, I think you're in trouble," Lu Tat asked the boss. "Who was the person I just assassinated?" The boss said softly, "It was someone who wanted the Z powers he had just received." Lu Tat didn't really understand. What does Z represent? Why had he just received it and already someone wanted to kill him? The boss said again, "If you want to know the answer, go find the answer yourself. The secret concerns yourself, the secret of the sealed object. Perhaps you will discover that this world is much more interesting than you thought." Lu Tat snorted, "This old man always pretends to be a god and a ghost. Only half said or not at all, but Tu Lu. In front of you, you have to face something even more serious than just now. That was the last time you went on a mission and forgot to mark it, so your salary will be deducted." The scene changes to another place in the city. The red-haired girl just now stands on top of a towering column in the heart of the city. In her hand is a picture of Lu Tat. The goal is to assassinate Lu Tat. Avoiding it once is not necessarily avoiding it twice. "I will definitely kill you, fulfilling my mandate." But the more I look at this photo, the red hair feels a bit strange. Why do I suddenly find this kid so handsome? Is it because of the side effects of AI Chi Nansaw? I've only used it once. Why is my heart beating like this? The scene changes to True Hugh's hospital room. It seems that thanks to Lu Tat and Kado's efforts, she has woken up. For the time being, you should rest in the hospital. I'll come visit you again in a while. Originally, Lu Tat thought he was close to the truth of everything. The opposite result is even more ambiguous after the recent incident at the hospital. "My sister is missing. What does the title Z that the system gave me mean? Do you have any relationship with the person named before?" Before my eyes, everything was extremely blurry. Because of his sister's disappearance, Lu Tat's mother was so stressed that she was hospitalized. Lu Tat did not know what to do except wait to receive a reward from the system. While moving in the hospital, Lu Tat accidentally passed by an old man wearing a black shirt. That old man seemed extremely familiar. Did I recognize the wrong person? It turned out that the man who had just passed by Lu Tat was the department head, the person who had previously given the spirit cat level sealed object to Lu Tat. He became older because he used the prophecy seal again. "The news you saw in your dream, I have found it, True Hugh. I used that seal to see the future." The person who gave the black cat and white cat to her family was also the person called for short, the leader of all crimes. And that person named Lu Tat will help us find his identity. In the next mission, try your best to help him. True Hugh nodded, "I understand. Lu Tat also helped me a lot. Even if it weren't for this, I still wouldn't hesitate to help him." That evening, as usual, a box was sent to Lu Tat's house. I wonder what the reward will be this time. Criminal Personality Profile, S-Class Sealed Item. Criminal Personality Profile, conditions for using 1,000 hunch values. Abilities, the user can use the special abilities of famous criminals recorded in this file. Side effects, every 24 hours, usage time should not exceed half an hour. If it exceeds half an hour, the user will be infected with the criminal's personality, becoming more and more like a criminal. The description is related to the S-level criminal personality profile. It is said that this is a profile recorded by a certain psychologist because he wanted to study the personalities of famous criminals in history. But just as that doctor began writing the first 4 pages, he strangely passed away. After that, the personalities of those who came into contact with more or less began to become distorted, and at the same time began to harm others. The danger level was extremely high. As a case law, someone accidentally left it on a boat, then discovered that the people on the boat all died because of killing each other. Lu Tat decided to try touching this sealed object to see if any more memories appeared, but strangely, this time no memories appeared like the previous 2 times. But this sealed object is a record, and only after reading it can one regain the lost memories and personality of the butcher on a rainy night. After adopting this personality, you will receive the raincoat and butcher knife of the rainy night butcher. When you act on a rainy day, you will be extremely flexible. Rainy weather can hide one's whereabouts and go into a trance, like a predator in the dead of night, pursuing prey that has been targeted without mercy. The premonition value needed to use is 1000 points. Being able to hide when it rains stars is not a bad skill, very useful. Next is Jack the Ripper, one of the most cruel and notorious assassins in rumor, after adopting this personality. Being able to move freely in the alleys of the city, you will have an extremely high ability to determine direction, not get lost, and also have a very clear understanding of the body's structure. Every time you attack, you can target the weak point. The hunch value you need to use is 1000 points. Lutat does not make any comments on this personality. The third is the personality of the bomber, the rumored evil criminal, after using this personality. When using a sealed object, you will randomly receive a bombardment effect, but your personality will become the same as the corresponding storm. The hunch value to use is 1500 points. Personality of Jade Moriarty, the founder of the supervillain faction. The number one archenemy of the famous detective Kovanen, aka the famous detective Sherlock Holmes. Adopting this personality will have the knack of being cunning and cunning like a fox, and at the same time be able to recognize the enemy's traps in countless small details. The hunch value to use is 2000 points. Lutat finished looking at all 4 personalities recorded in the file, but there was nothing. Why does this transportation system keep giving me perverted rewards? I'm not a villain or a pervert. Having said that, Lutat actually really liked this sealed object. Very suitable for taste, combined with use with anti-horror, the effectiveness will increase. Lutat wondered what if he used this personality for his shadow? I don't know if the side effects have any effect on the body. If it is not affected, 2 personalities can be used at the same time. The feeling of having a secondary account attached is interesting. Suddenly Nai Sun Hai Kin appeared, as expected of a pervert. Looking at the person's face clearly showing excitement, Lutat wondered why Nai suddenly appeared at this time. Sun Hai Kin informed Lutat that there was a shy mouse watching them outside his room. It turns out that out there is the red-haired girl who failed to assassinate Lutat. That bastard Lutat, why is the side profile so beautiful? As he spoke, the red-haired girl blushed shyly. I used to be a cold killer with no emotions. Because to become an assassin, I constantly practiced fighting. From the techniques of using knives, swords, and even boxing techniques. Even theories like 100 ways to become assassin John Wick, the boss of the assassin industry. That's why my assassination missions have never failed before. Don't think that I won't find out if he teases Mr. Trang's house. Your left eyebrow sold you out, but what I didn't expect was that I fell in love with the target of this assassination. It's because of that damn sealing object. No, I can't give up my mission. But the other person is the one in my heart, I can't do anything. When I kill him, what should I do to make him feel good towards me? Hello, I came to kill you, do you like me? It can't be like that, it's a shame. Hello, I'm here to kill you. Please tell me. No, it's better to be a little more serious. I heard that when a person is serious about work, he is the most attractive, so you should still tell him directly. I came here to kill him, but I already loved him. While the red-haired girl was still engrossed in her passion, Lutat suddenly appeared. Threatening the assassin was already embarrassing and even more embarrassing. A few seconds after opening her eyes again, the assassin found herself tied with rope by Lutat. Are you awake? The interrogation begins, I have something to ask you. Suddenly the assassin blushed, interrogation? As soon as we met, I already had such a strong taste. This man is truly evil. But I like it, Lutat doesn't understand, what's wrong with this lady? I haven't done anything yet and she's already blushing. Oh my god, he cares about me. He really likes me. I also noticed that I was blushing. Unfortunately, I am an unintentional killer. And you are my target. I didn't expect that my first love would be a yin and yang. It's really stimulating. Lu Tat asked the female assassin why she wanted to kill me. Also, why do you want to steal that power to kill? The assassin blushed and shook his head. I don't know anything. What's with that expression of yours now? I'm interrogating you, please be a little more serious. The assassin thought to himself, how could I abandon my mission because of love? I certainly won't tell you. Lu Tat is starting to get serious. Is my expression not enough to scare you? Why do you keep forcing people to act scary? Say it quickly, otherwise I have thousands of ways to make you open your mouth. But right now, Lu Tat looks very strange through the assassin's eyes. Girl, tell me quickly. If not, I have thousands of ways to play with your lips. So domineering, this man is truly the person I like. I'm about to not be able to stand it anymore. Lu Tat continued to ask. You said you're an assassin, right? Tell me quickly who your entruster is? The assassin said that this kind of trust is a one-party connection. I don't know who the trustee is. But the entruster left behind a nickname. That person's nickname has only one letter, the letter X. Lu Tat asked again, so where was the girl in the hospital room when she was hiding? Did you kill the person in the hospital? The redhead replied, I don't know. When I arrived, the hospital had already become like that. My assassination target is only your nose. It is also said that Lu Tat's sister went missing right after Lu Tat completed the S-rank mission. Lu Tat snapped his fingers. Sun Hai-kin appeared and spoke. Made her fall into a deep sleep. How to calculate now? Just now she mentioned a person with the nickname X. Right now, I only know that his name is A. As for myself, I just received the nickname Z. There are potentially 26 titles based on the 26 letters of the English alphabet that earn these titles. Perhaps the owner will gain powers or some kind of ability. Among them, some people achieved titles through doing quests like me. Sun Hai-kin also spoke up. I don't know what the real purpose of that guy named A is. It felt like the things he did with that guy X were not very similar. Right now, we still don't know what A's real purpose is. Analyze from Boss Vaughn's previous description. This title can absolutely be stolen. It's also possible that name A is collecting titles. If so, it is possible for one person to own many titles. That is to say, X or there are still people with other titles who are hunting and killing people with the same title as Lu Tat. A gave the mission and also gave the sealed object to someone else. I still cannot understand this point. Isn't it true that the more sealed objects you possess, the stronger you will be? It's X who wants to collect powers. Completely opposite of A. X's goal is much clearer. Want to collect powers. Become stronger. Or for another reason. At least we can easily understand his behavior. From there you can find X more easily. But right now X is in the above position. Certainly knows more information than we do. Finding X will be the key to finding the mysterious A. After listening, Sun Hai-kin asked, so you mean we will investigate name X now? Lu Tat shook his head again. No, I'm not in the mood to find someone else to trade with right now. The next thing to do is to continue doing the mission. The more tasks you do, the more you will know. There are even more clues. Sooner or later they will appear again. This time Lu Tat opened the system and there were a few changes. Welcome Z has started the free application form. Mission S+, premonition value 1200 points, order code 02, sender A. In addition to this mission, the level is S+. Below are about 4 other missions for Lu Tat to choose at his own discretion. All of these missions were initiated by a person named A. With his crazy dog personality. Of course, Lu Tat will choose the mission with the highest stimulation level, which is also the S+ level mission. Having successfully created an order for you, Sun Hai was startled and asked Lu Tat, so you have gone on a mission, what will this girl do? Looking at the female assassin sleeping soundly next to her. If Nai Nai didn't remind Lu Tat, he would forget her existence. Later, at the express delivery company, the secretary praised him. It was amazing, he completed the S-rank mission. Lutat probably still hasn't forgotten the last time the secretary kicked him in a sensitive part, so he snorted, stopped wasting his words, and quickly said what was being delivered this time. The sealing object this time was a jade bracelet, but contrary to Lutat's thoughts that the sealing object this time would have a very high rank, this thing only had a rank of D. Sealed objects are used to express love. The user clasps his hands in front of his chest, then gives the sealed object to the other person. The opponent can feel the user's heart. There are no side effects. The mission is an S rank, but the sealed object to be transported is a D rank package. This is too strange. The secretary explained that accepting orders freely was no longer the same as before. This time it was an easy task, so you should be happy. But looking at the secretary's face, it was clear that he didn't mean what she said. You're a 1,000-year-old fox, I won't believe anything you make up. Suddenly the secretary said a meaningful sentence. Maybe the person you want to find will have clues in this mission. The person I want to find? Is it guy named X or the mysterious guy named A? But that's not true. How did she know this? The system continues to send mission information to Lutat. Consignee Ludan, the time was 1942. What year 1942? Did he have to go back to the past? Perhaps this is the reason this mission has S+ difficulty. Lutat wondered how he had to return to the past this time? There's also no dragon quest to return to the past like the first mission, the secretary said. 1942 is too far from the present. There needs to be a professional person to help him. It's true that the world is round. The professional person the secretary said was actually Kado, Lutat's half-brother. When he saw that Lutat and Kado were ready, the secretary said, then good luck to both of you. S+ level missions are absolutely not allowed to let down your guard. If you're not careful, you'll end up in heaven. Later, Lutat moved to Kado's apartment location. Looking at the sealed object used to return to the past in front of him, Lutat couldn't help but just blurt out a sentence. I would like to respectfully introduce the B-class translucent toilet. Rumor has it that the thing the statue of a thinker sits on is this toilet. Therefore, it has the ability to travel through time. The side effect is that when using this sealed object to travel through time and space, the place it falls will make people shy. Lutat thought about the image of this statue of a thinking person sitting on the toilet. Is that so? It looked so disgusting. Kado explained how to use the sealing object. First close the toilet lid, then silently meditate in your heart, thinking about where you want to go, then this toilet will apply its principles, sucks us in. Suddenly Lutat remembered that there seemed to be something else. Maybe I would cancel this S+ mission and not do it again. Kado saw that Lutat was about to play the card and quickly said, my friend, didn't you say before that you wanted to pursue exciting things? If you say the words, you must do them. But Lutat really doesn't want to be sucked into the toilet, feeling as if he's turned into a pile of excrement. System prompt, the mission has now begun. The remaining time was 5:59. Lutat and Kado had no choice but to crawl straight into the toilet to start traveling through space. After a loud explosion, Lutat and Kado successfully landed. Lutat swore that he must have seen some piles of Kado's excrement while flying down here. Before the two of Lutat could calm down, a few Japanese soldiers carrying katana swords and guns came to interrogate them. Who are you? Lutat snorted. Didn't your grandfather mention that before asking someone else's identity, you must reveal your own identity? So after 5 seconds, the two Japanese soldiers were beaten to the ground by Lutat and Kado as easily as if they were eating porridge. Next, let's go find that guy named Ludan. Suddenly the system sent a notification to Lutat that there is another carrier who wants to take your order. Please protect your package. It turns out that S+ level quests can even be contested for orders. But the secretary said that in this mission there will be clues about the person I'm looking for. So I definitely can't let the order be contested by someone else. Who is the prey and who is the hunter is still unknown. On the roof of a building not far from where Lutat and Kado stood, a group of people were discussing with each other. What is the goal of our singles competition this time? A guy with countless scars on his face seemed to be the boss of this group, so he killed Z and took his powers. The white-haired girl in the group asked, "How can we find that guy Z? This city is so big, not to mention he is said to be a sinister and cunning guy." The guy wearing glasses pushed the glasses frame and said, "Wildcat, this is your first time on a mission with us, so you still don't know the boss's true tricks. Let me expand your knowledge a bit about taking advantage of weapons. Press to fight. The boss is counting on you." Hearing that, the old man immediately reached into his pocket to search for the sealed object. He then took out an S-class sealed object. Bodhisattva without brain power can emit extremely large red light. Can absorb the vitality of surrounding creatures with low premonition value. Enhances the user's various abilities to the highest level. Side effects. The effect when using this sealing object is quite large. Creatures exposed to red light will lose consciousness. Turn into a brainless zombie. If used too long, the owner will also turn into a creature that has lost reason, becoming a puppet of the sealed object. Addendum: this sealed object has the property that when carrying life, it must be placed in a closed space, otherwise it will flee. Addendum 2: this sealed item can only be controlled by the owner. Immediately after taking out this brainless bodhisattva sealing object, the boss immediately used it. The red threads from his body and the sealing object quickly connected. Not far away from a group of Japanese soldiers, I suddenly saw a bright red light dyeing the black sky in the sky. As soon as I saw these red lights, the Japanese soldiers immediately became a bunch of soulless zombies, and were amazed to see the transformation of the old wildcat. So now the boss will personally go find that guy Z to deal with him. Put on your glasses and shake your head. We will take advantage of the side effects of this sealing object. The boss also told him to wear glasses and bring out that item. Wearing glasses, he pulled out another S-class sealed item. The flower in the mirror ability can project a sealed object that the owner has seen, but the level of the projected sealed object cannot exceed S rank, and the ability will be reduced. Side effects: every half hour, the owner's image may appear in the mirror. Once the owner's image appears in the mirror, the owner's lifespan will be reduced by 1 year. The boss said, "I will summon the reflection of the strongest sealed object I have ever seen, the S-class sealed object, the Viet Kingdo Jin sword. The real treasure sword is an S+ level sealed object. This fake can only possess a part of the real treasure sword's ability. Except that it is extremely sharp, because it has been in the tomb for many years. This sealed object can command unconscious things such as zombies, souls of the dead." Side effects: after the owner uses it, will cause him to urinate and torture himself for a month. Serious situations will cause the user to commit suicide. Just like Viet Vong tasted honey from a thorn in the past, the only difference is that Viet Vong was trying to encourage himself, but this side effect was to find himself suffering. The old man held the sword in his hand and immediately thundered in the sky. "Souls, please listen to my summons and go look for the mice hiding in the darkness." As soon as the boss finished speaking, the zombie soldiers were like a bunch of crazy people, roaring continuously and running everywhere to search for Lutat's whereabouts. Boss can really control the undead, but using so many S-class sealing objects at once is not very satisfactory. I feel there are too many side effects. The boss said, "We don't possess any sealed objects that can manipulate others, that's all there is to it, and these things can enhance our power to the limit. What about side effects?" This boss is like a Doraemon robot cat. He took out another S-class sealed object, the lost golden 3-star mask, and abilities. It is rumored to be the mask of the royal family of the 3 stars. After wearing it, it will possess the majesty of the king, making people around it unable to control it and want to submit. Ability 2: the user has 3 scrolls of the king's holy scrolls. 3 holy scrolls can change some objective rules, which have the greatest effect on themselves. As a side effect, the user will become self-centered, imagining himself as a king or dictator. He put on the mask and said, "To wear this mask, you must be able to bear its weight." As soon as the mask was successfully put on, with a bang, another explosion of extremely large power erupted. At this time, the boss's whole body, face, charisma, and strength had become completely different. He was like a god who had just come to the world. The power he radiated was so terrifying that the two people wearing glasses and the wild cat nearby could not control themselves and automatically knelt down on the ground. The old man said, "The king wants to issue the first decree tonight. All side effects will be null and void for me." The white cat saw that and immediately praised him. The boss is indeed smart. If so, there would be no more side effects. Suddenly the old man shouted a sentence. "The king is talking, how dare you interfere? So disrespectful." The white cat quickly knelt down to the ground. "Sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. It seems like just after using the mask, the boss has already started to change." "Well done, you guys are very loyal. The king will give you strength. Help the king capture the traitors." At this time, on the other side, Lutat and Kado were being chased closely behind by a group of undead soldiers. The number of this group is too large to be exhausted. "Lutat, do you have any solution? Normally, you think of many ways to deal with it." Lutat also gradually changed. He gave a crazy smile and said, "How? Of course, kill them all." Turns out Kado was wrong all along. The most unusual person here is not those soldiers but this guy Lutat. With the power of shadow, Lutat easily blinded all these undead soldiers in one place. Immediately after that, there was only a few rustling sounds. Lutat's body, then his limbs, and then all his body parts were slashed to pieces by Lutat. At this time, Lutat's counter-horror skill had been used to 15%, and these zombies were only limited in number. As for the quality, it is too weak, not strong enough to make things difficult for Lutat, who was in a state of depression. Kado has a light job with a high salary, just standing behind and being the captain of the cheerleading team is enough. "Come on Lutat, they're all yours." Suddenly the white cat appeared out of nowhere next to Kado, who even had time to cheer for others. On her head she was wearing an A-class, cat-eared sealing item. After wearing it, it will turn into a cat, and will also have extreme agility and jumping ability. Side effects, personality, interests and characteristics of the user will be exactly like a cat. The white cat raised its claws and scratched a few times. It seemed like it was just a pair of ordinary cat claws, but with a bang, it knocked down the entire wall behind Kado. This damage cannot be underestimated at all. Kado is quite scared, his power is truly terrifying. "He threatened me to death. Who are you again?" "If you sincerely want to know, then I will compassionately answer your question. This cat is a super cute white cat." "What the heck is a white cat? Why not maid?" "I only like maids, or are they also students?" "I don't like white cat at all." Hearing that he was being despised by a crazy maid, the white cat was so angry that his face turned red. This brat dared to disrespect this cat, face the consequences. So the white cat and Kado on this side started the 500-round battle, from the ground then flying to the sky, from the moon and then jumping onto the bed. But there was one thing that Kado could not expect: up high was the battlefield for cats. The white cat used its tail to tie Kado's body up, then with a whooshing sound Kado's head flew out of his body. But when he touched the ground, the white cat was surprised to not see Kado's body anywhere. What just happened? Was this just an illusion? It turns out myself was being pranked all this time. I smelled someone's scent, there was no way I could escape. At this time, Kado was holding the object that sealed the film and ran away quite a distance. What was that girl just now? You have to find a place to hide first, then slowly think of a way to deal with it. But what Kado couldn't expect was that the white cat's speed was really too fast. She had already caught up with him. With a snap sound, this time fresh blood dyed the screen red. It was unclear whether Kado had any more tricks this time or not. The scene changes to another place in this area. A Japanese general takes the king's hand, drops it on the ground and says, "They haven't run far." A soldier nearby asked, "Captain, there have been huge casualties on our side. Is there an ambush ahead?" The captain snorted, "Stupid, we are soldiers of the Japanese Empire, how can we retreat into battle? We will go find them. We will use the most cruel way to kill them." In a place not far from where just now, a middle-aged man was holding the wound in his abdomen with difficulty. "It's too bad, the wound is too serious, I'm about to die." Next to him, a guy named Lu Dan, the intelligence officer, said, "Be patient, we're about to cut them off." Lu Dan, I can't stand it anymore, you quickly take the information away, because to get this information we have sacrificed too many comrades, you must take it away. Promise me, Lu Dan. Hearing that, although Lu Dan did not want to leave his teammates to run ahead, there was no other way at this time. He could only nod reluctantly. 10 minutes later, the injured middle-aged man was found by Japanese soldiers. The captain asked, "Where is your teammate's name?" But the middle-aged man was now extremely weak, he no longer had the strength to answer the Japanese captain out loud. He was also very alert, so he ordered two of his subordinates to go up and listen to what this guy was trying to say, but he himself would not go up. When the two soldiers approached, the middle-aged man suddenly roared, "Damn it, I wanted to drag an old man along. As a result, I can only bring two little devils with me. You guys go to hell with me." As he spoke, he pulled out a grenade from his body. Immediately afterwards, a boom rang out, the whole forest moved violently, and the surrounding birds all fled in panic. Lu Dan, who was not far away, also heard this sound. Perhaps in his heart, he also understood clearly the reason why there was this explosion. The transportation system sends Lu Tat a notification: if the recipient dies within the specified time, then your mission will be considered a failure. Returning to the inner city, there is another sealed object called the D-Class Life Straw Scarecrow, an ability in the moment the user is fatally attacked. You can use the sealing object to prevent injury on your behalf. The side effect is that after using it for a while, you can easily be attacked by small animals like birds. The white cat was so angry that he let the shy mouse escape. This bastard really has many life-saving seals. But I've taken your blood, you still can't escape from me. What's in the white cat's hand is an A-grade sealing object. Faulty keyboard. It is said that this is the keyboard of a programmer who specializes in writing errors, dripping blood on it, within an hour. Whatever the owner of the blood drop does, there will be a high chance of errors and side effects appearing. 24 hours after use, the user will lose hair like an overworked programmer. At this time, Kado was running away in another direction. Even though he had time to use the doll to save his life, his body was still slightly damaged because he was a bit slow. I've already lost a few sealed items, and after the mission, I have to make that guy Lu Tat pay me back. Kado had just finished speaking when suddenly the wound on his arm flowed out in a pile of blood like a pig being pricked. The reason Kado can carry so many sealed objects with him is because he has a sealed object called Dochman's magic bag. The outside of this sealed object looks very small. But there can be a lot of things in there. Because of the curse of the keyboard error, Kado's magic bag also started to appear error. The objects inside kept falling out. Not only that, it also drops unwanted things, exactly the maid painting item that Kado loves the most. Just as he was about to bend down to pick up this favorite item, a footstep strayed on the painting of a maid. "So this is something important to you, now you can't run anymore." Kado was angry. "Get your dirty feet out of my maid painting right now. If you have paid so much attention to this picture, let me help you a little." So the white cat cut the picture of a maid into hundreds of pieces right in front of Kado. What's more painful? Kado suffered. Kado collapsed. The touching story between Kado and the maid begins on a hot summer day. At that time, Kado had just come into contact with the sealed object. Because of the side effects of the dream spinner, Kado can no longer clearly distinguish between reality and dreams. He was lost in reality and kept wondering if this was a dream. Because this continued to drag between fantasy and reality, Kado decided to let it all go. He went out to eat a delicious meal, an Alaskan lobster. An emperor's daughter is as good as a beauty queen, then goes to bars to have sex with girls and all. After enjoying all the ordinary pleasures of a human being, Kado decided to stay one night at the most expensive hotel in the world. Then jump off the building to end everything. But when Kado was about to dance, a red-haired maid quickly spoke up. "What's wrong with you? Please calm down a bit. Come back here tomorrow." Kado wondered why this hotel had a maid. "Isn't it like I'm in a dream?" The maid quickly said, "Because you have booked a special room with a maid to wash you. That's why I came here to serve you." Kado thought thoughtfully, How could there be such a hotel? Surely I was still dreaming. Don't think this level of illusion can fool me, Kado. I'm no longer interested in these low-level fun. Suddenly the maid cried, Master, don't be like that. Master, you haven't eaten the egg rice dish you ordered yet. You don't need my maid anymore. Suddenly Kado perked up his ears in interest. What, did she just call me master? This is the first time I've been called master. Like a flat spring breeze blowing through the branches of a willow. Just like that, Kado no longer wanted to die, giving up his previous act of seeking death, as if he had found hope for life, found the true love of his life. Was that time a reality or a dream? Kado could no longer tell the difference, but after that Kado's heart became empty. No matter what you do, it's boring, it's all boring as a maid, it's just short-lived fun, it can't solve Kado's problem at all. As expected, Kado no longer had any interest in worldly pleasures. Kado told himself, from now on, he won't touch anything like a maid anymore. He said it out loud, but a moment later when going to get his hair cut, Kado accidentally went into the maid's hair salon by mistake. I just accidentally walked into the wrong place. It's important to repeat one more time. After that, Kado went bigger and decided to hire an army of maids to follow her to exercise. Every time the maid's master's voice rang out, Kado lost himself, no matter whether it was reality or a dream. Having a maid is enough. Just like that, the maid healed Kado's emotional wound, and from then on he once again felt in love with this world. No more feeling disgusted. From then until now, the maid has always been my life, as Kado began to change her aura. The white cat listened to Kado and wondered, feeling like this guy was transforming, becoming a completely different person. Your damn cat dares to step on me and destroy the light of my life. You will pay the price for this action. Suddenly the spinning top in Kado's hand rotated, and the white cat also found himself being teleported to another place. She didn't know where she was, but she only saw many colorful wool balls in front of her. The white cat now seems to transform into a real cat. She jumped straight onto those balls of wool and played around like a real kitten. Kado said with murderous intent, because you turned into a cat, I deduced that the side effects of that sealing object were related to cats. My sealed object will be based on the idea of creating a dream. Now it's time for her to pay the price for her cruel actions. But one strange thing was, Kado kept holding the stick in his hand and hitting the ball of wool next to the white cat. Why is that? Obviously I want to hit the white cat on the other side, but it seems that this is also the effect of Kado's error. Kado roared, damn your cat, what the hell did you do to my body before? Wait until I recover and you will surely die. The white cat also cursed back and waited for the cat to finish playing with this ball of yarn, then you would surely die. Back to Lutat's side. After a period of non-stop fighting with these living soldiers, he finally finished dealing with them. Looking at it, we can clearly see that the number of live lizards that Lutat beat and lying on the ground is not small at all. Lutat had just finished fighting the living lizards when the mysterious guy wearing glasses appeared behind him. Without saying a word he secretly attacked Lutat. But when the guy wearing glasses slashed down, Lutat's body turned into shadows and magically disappeared in front of him. Right after that, a shadow identical to the guy wearing glasses suddenly appeared. In its hand, the shadow also held a weapon identical to the one in the glasses wearing hand. Lutat now stood behind the shadow and asked the guy wearing glasses, the dog, and even the cat to know that my title was Z. In the end, who told you guys? I still have a lot of things I want to ask you guys. Wearing glasses is very hard. Want to know? Just relying on martial arts, you are not qualified to know the answer. Really? Your shadow is in my hands. If you don't tell me, you'll be in big trouble. Wearing glasses, he slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a sealed object. Sun Knight Puppet B-Rank Sealing Artifact, Ability. Can emit holy light to bind and repel undead spirits. Side effects. If used too much, it will become dull. How to use the puppet hand: open both arms and shout loudly praising the sun. Put on the glasses, then do exactly as the seal's notes say. Praise the sun, the dazzling light like the sun radiates from the body of the glasses wearer. This sun-like light from wearing glasses caused Lu Tat to immediately fall into a blinded state, unable to see anything. Light overcomes darkness. It is clear that wearing glasses is a very cunning person. He understands the interactions between sealed objects. You have a painful expression on your face. What are you doing like that, Z? Is it because you're afraid of my light? Too bad I've discovered your weakness. Lu Tat didn't say a word and immediately turned around and ran away. The guy wearing glasses was a bit startled by Lu Tat's shamelessness. When they fight, they use tricks. If they can't fight back, they plan to run away, just like the rumors say. But you should just run away while you still can. The more you hide, the more excited I will be. Talking a little about glasses wearer's past, he is a perverted murderer, always seeking pleasure in killing his prey. Until one day he was followed by the police. He thought he was about to be arrested. During that time of danger, he met a mysterious courier company. After completing the delivery order given by this company, he received a strange condition. There were extremely special items inside. Using those special items, he easily escaped. Police pursuit. Current laws cannot punish him. He just hunts as much as he wants like a snake, transforming into a real hunter. But right now, for the guy wearing glasses, Lu Tat running away in front of him is a prey that needs him to conquer. Yet Lu Tat chose to run to the corner of a small alley. This is the hunting forte of a killer who looks like he wears glasses. After a while of running away, there was a dead end in front of Lu Tat. Wearing glasses with a sinister smile, you're at your wit's end. I'm the serial killer. Seeing the prey trembling in fear in the corner is what excites me the most. Are you scared? Do you think I'm an extremely perverted person? Suddenly Lu Tat's whole face changed. On his face, as if wearing a new mask, it turned out to be the butcher personality of Jack the Ripper. What? Who did you just call a pervert? I didn't hear clearly. At the same time, Lu Tat's horror fanatic skill has activated up to 35%. For some reason, the guy wearing glasses saw Lu Tat's face and his whole body trembled. His instincts told him that in front of him was an extremely scary person, even more perverted than a pervert like him. Even though I was scared in my heart, I still kept my mouth shut despite wearing glasses. What a joke! Do you think wearing a mask can scare me? Let me tell you, I'm a predator. I'm the real hunter. You are just prey. Seeing that Lu Tat was wearing glasses and dared to take the initiative to attack first, he only said 2 words, biceps. Immediately after that, Lu Tat slashed at a speed that the naked eye could not keep up with. The bicep of the guy wearing glasses was indeed cut off by Lu Tat's knife, and fresh blood poured out like rain. After that, Lu Tat continued to repeatedly mention the following parts: right hand, ear, and leg. Every sentence Lu Tat said meant that part of the glasses wearer's body was slashed by Lu Tat. In less than a minute, the glasses wearer's body had many wounds. His whole body was covered in blood. Yet I have absolutely no strength to fight back in front of him. I am the real prey. I thought I was a snake hunting mice, but who would have thought that I would encounter an eagle hunting snakes? Why did Lu Tat's name suddenly change so completely? His terrifying breath scared people to the core. No, I'm not his opponent. I have to quickly run away from here. But in front of a real predator like Jack the Reaper. It was clear that this guy wearing glasses had no chance of escaping. From the roof of a place not far away, Lao Dai suddenly saw a strange phenomenon. The guy wearing glasses lost the battle. It's true that she failed the king's expectations. Vo now Bodhisattva, give him a little more strength. Following the elder's command, Vo now Bodhisattva on high moved slightly. Countless red threads flew straight towards the glasses. At this time, he was wearing glasses and was beaten by Lu Tat until he lay trembling on the ground. Don't expect to escape so easily. I still have a lot of things I want to ask you guys. But suddenly, countless red threads of power ran straight into the glasses wearer's body. Everything happened in front of Lu Tat too suddenly. Less than 5 seconds later, the guy wearing glasses completely transformed. He became larger and more muscular than before. Ha, this is the true power that the elder bestows. Truly full of life. Lu Tat called Sun Hai Kin to ask for advice. Nai Nai, why did he suddenly change? Is it because of the sealed object? Sun Hai Kin looked at a place not far away and said to Lu Tat. Wait a minute while I go deal with this. In some mental space. The place contains a lake full of fresh blood. In this lake there are countless brains floating very strangely. Sun Hai Kin stepped forward and asked. Are you the true essence of the sealed object that is causing mischief out there? Bodhisattva Wu now turned back and asked. Who are you? Why did you appear here to ruin my elegant mood? After looking closely at the person who had just appeared, Vo now Bodhisattva was a bit stunned. So it's a human, Sun Hai Kin. Nai Nai was also very surprised. Do you know me? Bodhisattva Wu now asked again. But why are you the weakest like this, Sun Hai Kin? It seemed like it was familiar with the previous Sun Hai Kin. Why don't you remember anything? This was the first time Sun Hai Kin met a sealed object that was familiar to her before. She immediately told Vo now Bodhisattva to tell him what he knew. Brainlessly laughing loudly. Haha, you really lost your memories. It's really surprising, you give me your brain to eat, then I will tell you. I knew right away that it wouldn't be easy to get intelligence. Nai Nai immediately summoned a sword. If you refuse to speak, then all I can do is beat you until you speak. A great battle between dragons and tigers officially broke out. Each sharp sword stroke of Sun Hai Kin tongue slashed away countless strange tentacles on Vo now Bodhisattva's body. After only a few seconds, it now looked like an octopus that had lost all its tentacles. However, Vo now Bodhisattva's frightened appearance just appeared on purpose to tease Sun Hai Kin. Just a few seconds later, the recently severed tentacles grew back. Over time, I have absorbed countless souls. I'm not afraid that you will hurt Sun Hai Kin. At this moment, people have lost their memories. The weakest like this, I will suck you dry. Vo now Bodhisattva's counterattack officially began. This time it was the Sun Hai Kin's turn to have to struggle against the great power of Vo now Bodhisattva. The Sun Hai Kin is still the same, although it has lost a lot of its power and memories. But class remains forever. Cut and cut and cut. Countless arms of Vo now Bodhisattva were cut off by the Sun Hai Sutra. Everything repeats as before. Bodhisattva Vo now's arm grows back as usual every time he uses it. Sun Hai Kin realized every time she cut Vo now Bodhisattva's hand. The number of his arms that grew was even greater than before. Moreover, it is becoming harder and harder like steel. While Sun Hai Kin was busy thinking, he was discovered by Vo now Bodhisattva. He jumped straight to snatch the sword from Sun Hai Kin's hand. Nai Nai sighed, I thought I could quickly deal with this guy. I don't know how Lu Tat's side is. Hopefully he can hold out. This time outside the real world. After gaining more power, the guy wearing glasses turned the tables. He completely overwhelmed Lu Tat. Every punch he threw made the whole building shake. This monster lives like a leech. High HP, high attack. How can I fight back? We need to wait for Nai Nai to solve that sealed object. During this time I have to think of a way. In difficulty appears wisdom. Lu Tat saw a line on the back of the guy wearing glasses, Arsenal. There is no duty to enter. Isn't that the Japanese Army's weapons warehouse? If so, Lu Tat knows what to do. Back to the war between Vo now Bodhisattva and Sun Hai Sutra. Sun Hai Kin. Now you only have this little bit of bravery left. Sun Hai Kin responded. I admit that I was too subjective earlier. It's better to end it quickly. Please appear, nine-tailed fox. Immediately, a white nine-tailed fox with 9 tails suddenly appeared. As soon as the nine-tailed fox appeared, he used the soul-stealing skill on Vo now Bodhisattva's body, sucking out all of his power. Watching every soul that I absorbed during the past time was flying out of my body. Bodhisattva Wu now is really unwilling. If this continues, even his soul will be sucked away. Vonal Bodhisattva quickly knelt down and begged Sun Hai-kin to spare his life. I surrendered. Sun Hai-kin came before him and forced him to tell him what he knew. Suddenly, Bodhisattva Wu now flipped again. I tricked that person. At such a close distance, he cannot avoid it anymore. But when Vonal Bodhisattva was about to rush forward to attack, Sun Hai-kin's eyes immediately became extremely scary. It was as if he could see through the soul inside Vonal Bodhisattva, scaring him and quickly kneeling down on the ground. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sealed objects that surpass S level are truly terrifying. Just the look in his eyes made me not dare to move. Back to Lutat and the glasses guy's side of the fight outside. The guy with glasses was so angry that he couldn't find where Lutat was hiding. At this time, he did not know that Lutat was right above his head. In his hand was an army grenade. It's time to enjoy a fiery party. When Glasses Guy saw Lutat holding a grenade, he was not afraid at all, because if Lutat dared to detonate this place, the whole gun depot would explode, so Lutat himself would not be able to escape. But if we want to compare the level of arrogance and the level of a crazy dog, the guy with glasses has to call Lutat a great-grandfather, because he actually dared to detonate a real grenade, not just joking. With a bang, the entire Japanese army's arsenal was turned into dust by Lutat, leaving nothing left after the rain. The system reminds you that you have used the resurrection card and have a chance to revive. Lutat could only sigh in regret. The resurrection card was an extremely valuable tool, but now it had to be wasted on this worm seeker. But it's all over. But Lutat did not expect that after the terrible explosion just now, Glasses Guy was still alive. Exactly, the part of his brain that is still alive, can still curse Lutat. Do you think that you have killed me? Lutat was angry. Are you a little strongman? How can you live so long? Yet still not dead. The other brain said again, "Ha, just wait a while for me, wait a little longer and I can regrow my limbs. By then you'll be dead to me." Lutat has never seen anyone as stupid as this guy. What you say means you can't move now, right? Or am I just going to sit here and wait for you to grow back from nothing? Once it grows, I will cut it off. Just keep doing this to see how many times you can grow. That will be even more exciting, right? Returning to Sun Hai-kin, suddenly Vonal Bodhisattva's head suddenly exploded in front of her. Just by talking about your past, you automatically drop dead. An admin level sealed object just dies. After all, what is the reason? Before Lutat had time to process the glasses-wearing man's brain, it had already turned into a pool of bright red blood. It seems that Sun Hai-kin has already dealt with the sealing object that caused this. The system sends a reminder. The mission time now only has 3 hours left. Half of the mission has passed. But Lutat still doesn't have any clue about the person named Lu Dan. Continue transitioning the scene to the Japanese soldiers. They are still constantly chasing Lu Dan. But the trap that Lu Dan ran away from was very sophisticated. But the captain of the Japanese soldiers was an even older fox. He can easily detect Lu Dan's traps. He asked a subordinate, "Has there been a response to our telegram in the city?" But according to intelligence, we have not seen any response from them yet. The captain was extremely suspicious. Finally, what's going on in the city? Why haven't we received any news? At this time, Lu Dan had reached his destination. He gave it to the old farmer in front of the intelligence and said, "Could you please take this home for me?" The other farmer asked Lu Dan again, "How about you? Don't you want to come home with me?" Lu Dan said no. Fian Fook has already chased right behind him. I have to stay and hold them off. The farmer sighed. Then I'll stay home and wait for you to return. Continue transitioning to the White Cat's battle with Kado. After the White Cat got tired of playing with Koilen, it returned to normal. At the same time, Kado is no longer affected by the error. Then it's time for both of them to end this long battle. However, at this time Kado was pushed to the end by the White Cat. There's no way back anymore. Then, a second later, suddenly the positions of Kado and the white cat changed. The person standing below, Kado, suddenly changed to standing up high. However, because it is a cat, it is not difficult for the white cat to jump back up. Kado used his ability to control dreams to create countless stone walls that surrounded the white cat. With the speed as fast as a cat, the white cat smoothly avoided stone walls. But no one is lucky forever. If you keep dodging, sometimes you get hit. A giant stone hand presses the white cat hard against the wall. Simply put, here is Kado's dream world. In this place, he is the boss, the supreme wise lord of this place. Kado also never forgot the white cat brutally tearing up his made painting. Still holding the hatred in my heart and not letting it go. I will attack you, torture you, and make you regret doing that outrageous act. White cat feels wrong. I didn't expect to run into a pervert and a maid. I won't fight him here either. Well, in the end, it's all about working for the boss. There's no need to risk your life here. The white cat quickly spoke up to make peace. Let's stop fighting. I surrendered. Even though the white cat wanted to surrender, Kado still refused to forgive me. Even if you surrender, I cannot forgive you. White cat doesn't understand. Isn't she just a maid? I'll give you another one. Suddenly the white cat cried out, Master? Kimochi ahu ahu. Did she just call me master just now? Isn't it so cute that the white cat calls its owner? Looks like she's even cuter than a regular maid. The boss's side really doesn't understand. The reason why his S-class sealed item suddenly appeared. Bodhisattva Wu now suddenly cracked open like this. What could cause the death of an S-class sealed object? While he was still recruiting, Lutat suddenly appeared from behind. No need to think for so long. Next it will be your turn to follow it. The boss reacted immediately, pulled out his sword and slashed. Lutat also quickly bent down and dodged smoothly. Appearing behind me without me being able to detect it? As expected of Z, he is extremely good at sneak attacks. Lutat asked him again, so who are you? Is it X or not? This guy is bold. Who gave you permission to call the king's name like that? Didn't your parents teach you basic manners? Lutat thought that this guy in front of him was a genuine brat, claiming to be the king. Maybe we can get some intelligence from him. Z then X, what does this thing represent? Do you have any other powers? It seems you still don't know how to take advantage of your authority. I still don't understand the power of taking advantage of common powers. It's one, it's also a million. They are the basic laws of this world. Lutat did not expect that this power would be so powerful and even greater than in his imagination. So try giving me an example. Do you want to tempt me to tell you? It's not that easy. If you want to know, then fight the king. Between the two of us, only one person is allowed to live. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss immediately pulled out his sword and swung it straight at Lutat, looking at the pressure that the sword in this man's hand radiated. Lutat is certain that this sword is too dangerous. I only saw a blue lightning strike straight from the sky to the ground where Lutat and boss were standing. After that, Lutat was struck by lightning and burned. His whole black body lay still and motionless. When the old man thought Lutat had died, suddenly from his charred body, 3 skeleton soldiers jumped up to attack the boss unexpectedly. The boss did not panic at all and once again swung his sword. A terrifying bolt of lightning continued to strike from the sky where the battle was taking place. Lutat poked his head up from under the shadow and praised it. It was so powerful that I couldn't even sneak attack him. The boss snorted, the kid just hid in the shadow. Do you have any other tricks? Suddenly Lutat said the exact same sentence, but Lutat had just interrupted it and didn't understand why. The boss's body was hit by a bullet flying at extremely high speed. It was unclear where it came from and went straight through his body, leaving a giant wound there. In a place not far away, the tallest structure in this city, True Hugh was lying up there with an A-grade sealed object called a pure silver ghost hunting bullet. The ability can cause huge damage to enemies. Any gun can be used. Because it is made from pure silver, every time the user uses it, they feel extremely painful in their hearts. The reason why? Of course, because silver is very expensive. Old Dai was seriously injured by True Hugh's sneaky shot, causing his whole body to tremble. You bastard has no martial arts, yet you played a game of secretly shooting others. Lutat greatly enjoyed this statement from Lao Dai. Thank you for praising us so much. Back to a while ago, when the secretary showed Lutat the D-class sealed object of this mission. Is D really an S+ rank quest? Something feels wrong. Lutat asked the secretary. So if it's an S+ mission, how many assistants can I bring? The secretary announced a maximum of 2 people. As a precaution, Lutat contacted the assistant and asked her to hide from the beginning as an ambush. The old man spoke up, the king's second command. Quickly healed the king's wound, and immediately the old man's body completely recovered in an instant. As if he had never been injured. It seems I have to seriously use X's power to play with you. Unlocking X's powers, just as he finished speaking, Lao Dai continued to jump forward to attack Lutat. He didn't understand why, this time when facing X who rushed to attack, there was no way he could. Predicting his next move, as if being tricked by this guy X. Lutat just stood there even though Mr. Before the sword in his hand could slash down, another bullet shot out from Zhao Zhao's place, making it impossible for X to attack Lutat. Just what the hell is Lutat doing? Why is he suddenly standing motionless? True Hugh fired 3 consecutive shots at Mr. All of Zhao Zhao's bullets could not touch him. Mr. Just like that, Lutat stood still like an idiot, letting X stab him with a powerful, fatal sword in the middle of his stomach, and at that moment Lutat fell down. X said, "My X represents the unknown." When he saw the true power of. Suddenly Lutat woke up and found himself in another place. What place is this? Is it at the hospital? But why is there so many monsters in this hospital around Lutat, from green giants, to 2-horned red people, to brown octopuses? Are the hallucinations that Lutat often saw returning? Incorrect. This time it was very real. The strange things that Lutat is seeing can clearly interact with other people, proving that they are not hallucinations. Lutat suddenly had a bold thought in his mind. Perhaps the things that appeared in his hallucinations before were not monsters. They are humans, or should we say this is their true form? Lutat had a very strange premonition. Lin ran all the way back to her house. The mother's voice rang out. Lutat, why did you come back here? Why don't you say anything? What Lutat was worried about actually happened. Is this my mother's true form? A half-human, half-animal monster. Why did things turn out like this? Is this the truth of the world that my boss told me about? So what is all this for? This must be just my illusion, it can't be. I have to cheer up. Suddenly my sister appeared in front of Lutat. Brother, I'm so happy. Seeing you like this makes me unable to help but be happy. You must be very confused and want to know that you have to go through the difficult hurdles ahead, so let me tell you one thing, Z represents nothingness. As soon as her sister's words fell, the world immediately collapsed. Outside, X picked up the sword and prepared to end Lutat's life, but suddenly he had a bad feeling. For some reason, Lutat's entire body was clearly seriously injured. He suddenly emitted a huge amount of strength and stood up, preparing to fight. Looking at Lutat in front of you feels like you are facing the whole universe. In that vast, deep universe, there is something that is devouring everything around it, and that thing is nothingness. Could it be that Z's powers have been awakened? If that's the case, then it's not okay. I only saw Lutat roar and then jumped straight towards Mr. X. A minute passed, Lutat stood with his hands in his pockets. As for X, he has now returned to his original form, lying on the ground. The winner is Z. I will tell you what I know. People with powers just like us. Including Guy A, there are a total of 26 people. Only those who collect all 26 powers can reach the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and died. Just like that, he would die, but Lu Tat didn't care much about his life. At this time, the system sends a notification that the task only has 30 minutes to complete. The priority right now is to complete the previous task. Lu Tat snorted. 26 people later, no matter how many people there are, Lu Tat will be the last one to survive.